Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Canelo, are you ready?
I was born ready.
Considered by many to be, pound for pound, the best fighter in the world today. 4-division, 5-time world champion.
Oh, look at this guy.
He is now boxing's first ever undisputed super middleweight champion of the world.
Damas y caballeros de Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico.
¡Viva México, cabrones! You know my level, and you will see, because I'm gonna fuck out everybody.
You know, I would love to fight Canelo. I would love to show the world that I'm the best.
I want to get Canelo out here to Houston.
So Canelo, where your cojones at? Let's get it.
Payday, payday, you want payday. I know that. Man, you fight with nobody.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Listos, pelos, chingazos.
He smacked the shit out of Canelo in
Get
person.
the fuck out of here, man. Please. I'm gonna knock out this guy.
The coronation is complete. All hail King Canelo.
Mira, en este momento puedo hacer lo que yo quiera, ¿no?
Saul Canelo Alvarez.
SDS Promotions.
That's funny. You think that's funny?
What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. I am your host, Nesta Gibbs. Find me on Instagram and Twitter at NestGTO. Today, we're back to discuss the face of boxing, Canelo Alvarez. It is rumored, reported that he's going to be taking on Terrence Bud Crawford later this year. And after last night's show where we reviewed the Turkey Al-Sheikh super duper cinematic trailer for Fury Usyk undisputed fight, after that show, we did some overtime on Discord and we were talking to the community, and a conversation that arose was, will there be a knockout? Right? We were obviously talking David Benavidez and the fact that, you know, Ness believes David can move up and give Arthur Beterbiev all types of problems, if not beat him. And obviously people didn't believe that, so it turned quickly into David don't need to be jumping up. He needs to be fighting Canelo. And, you know, that switched to can David beat Anthony Yard, which is a yes for me. Some people struggled with that in the back call. That's why it's not safe to go back there. You might, you know, instead of learn something, lose a few cells. But, you know, I think David beats Anthony Yard easy. I mean, he's never been a world champion. He lost to Lyndon Arthur. You know, his biggest win is a knockout of an avenged loss over Lyndon Arthur. So, yeah, that turned into this, which got very toxic. And I figured, hey, let's open it up to the whole world. Open it up to the comment section and the live chat and the callers. Take opinions from all over the world and find out, in this Canelo versus Crawford fight, can you see either man being knocked down? Do we see at least one knockdown, multiple knockdowns, if not a knockout? What is your opinion on this subject? Do you believe we will see a knockout? Now, keep in mind, Canelo in his last fight, right? They say you're only as good as your last fight. Well, in his last fight, he did score a knockdown over Jermell Charlo, who I'm not sure has ever been down, let alone taking a knee. He also put Ryder down in the 5th round. You know, obviously, Gennady Golovkin is a machine. Dimitri Bivol, a bigger man. But Caleb Plant, he put down twice. he just seems to get knockdowns, you know? Billy Joe, he didn't get a knockdown, but that uppercut broke his face and it was over, you know? It's a knockout, right? But, you know, he's just been able to prove that he's got the power. He put Yeardom down, you know? Kovalev, one punch went down. Fielding went down in multiple rounds. Yeah, I wonder what those prop bets will be looking like for Alvarez to get a knockout and for Crawford to score a knockout, who's on an 11-fight knockout streak. He obviously put Amir Khan down. Obviously put Liam Smith down. I mean, I don't know that we can go down the resume of any fighter and find this many knockdowns, you know, per fight. Just saying, something to think about, you know? Because, again, this became a very deep and pretty toxic debate. I don't know why people are struggling. Yes, it was a long time ago, but smaller men, lesser men have been able to land on Crawford. You know, a lot of us believe that Kavalaskis fight was a knockdown, and he's not a Canelo Alvarez. He never unified. He never moved up in weight. He didn't knock out Kovalev. He didn't fight Gennady 3 times. He doesn't have the experience of the undisputed champion. I don't know. This is an interesting fight here. This prop bet of will there be a knockdown is very, very interesting. But we have the king, Amin, of Essex. And you can find him on those championship rounds right here on YouTube. Champ, thank you for joining me.
No doubt about it, man. You know, I don't know if it was us or Michael Benson, but this debate, like you said, it's been pretty intense. We don't went back to, you know, some semblance of gang banging in boxing. You know, people are picking sides very, very, very heavily. And, you know, I think some people, they're getting away from the plot, as the saying goes. I mean, there's nothing wrong with asking about this fight. You know, again, I was initially off. Now I'm on. I'm picking Crawford. I'm doing this. And shout out to Joker. He's, you know, but, you know, the knockdowns, man, that's where it gets a little funky for me, man. Now, the funny thing is, as much as I like Crawford, as much as I might even be picking Crawford this early in advance, you know, I'm sure he could hurt Canelo in whatever that hurt looks like. I'm not saying I don't want to be the kind of guy that's trying to pick a knockdown. I don't even want to pick a knockdown because Canelo ain't been knocked. It's just some shit you ain't seen. How you gonna get me to believe something I ain't seen? You know, on the other hand, though, you're just talking about the challenge of coming up to that bigger division against the guy that fights at the bigger division. And I'm just, you know, I think we're more likely to see a knockdown, you know, Canelo getting a knockdown on Crawford than we see it the other way. And I don't know if some people, they can't stomach that.
Why do you believe that? I mean, I know why, but maybe you have different reasons than me, and obviously to educate some of these fans.
Well, so Canelo, his game plan, and part of his game plan has always been the breakdown. So let me get to the breakdown. Canelo's the kind of fighter, he's going to punch you in your hip, punch you on your shoulders, hit you on the elbow. You thinking, yeah, I'm going to catch you on the elbow. Maybe I'll hurt his knuckle. Not going to happen. And he does that intentionally and prepares to kind of punch through the guard and punch through somebody's shoulder. So that's like, you know, an element that he's brought to. We saw that heavily in the Plant fight. So if you want to know what that looks like, that's the fight to see that in. And it's hard for any fighter, you know, to take those kind of shots if the guy intends on, you know, not knocking you out in the first round or the third round. He plans on breaking you down and to see how long and if you can last. I don't know that Crawford's been in against that. I don't know there's many fighters that has been in there against that kind of opponent, except Canelo's opponents, and there has been far few and in between, only two, to survive. So I think for those reasons and a few more, I'm sure Joker got a few. Shout out to Joker. I think there's just a lot of more heavy favorite that Canelo could score a knockdown on Crawford. And like I said, people might not like that because they're going to say, well, how are you picking Crawford? But you can see, because it's boxing. And quite frankly, we don't know what would happen until these guys get in the ring. But I'm just trying to use my boxing mind,
Wait, because I'm sure there's a lot of people that didn't catch that. So all that breakdown that Canelo can get a knockdown, and if there is a knockdown, the probability is higher for Canelo to score it, but you're picking Crawford to win.
Absolutely. Because the probability don't mean it's going to happen. That's number one. And that's just me, because a lot of things, again, lost in the plot. People maybe felt like we didn't praise or we didn't highlight what Canelo could do well against Crawford, or what he does well at all. So from my perspective, there you go. Now, that being said, Crawford's fight and his fight game is going to be totally different. You heard J-Mac break it down to how some of that wrestling experience and background could factor in. I factor in Crawford's just what I call his mental acumen, what I often refer to, things you cannot learn inside the ring. The kind of person that, we've seen and heard it famously. When your mother's putting a bag on your head as a kid, you grow up differently. A man that don't drink or smoke, you're a little bit different. So those kind of edges, like that's a bad motherfucker as far as I'm concerned, I don't have the discipline to abstain and withstrain. So the person that does, that make him a badder motherfucker than me. And because of that automatically, in addition to the boxing element, gives Crawford a chance. Like, you got to be able to see it from both sides, unless you just came in there, with the Mexican flag, or you just, gangbanging in Omaha. Like, are we not seeing both sides, or are we not allowed to see both sides of this?
What fighter comes to mind when I ask you who was able to keep Canelo off of them?
Bivol, immediately.
I would say Gennady as well. What attributes do Bivol and Gennady have that can draw some parallels or similarities with Crawford, if any?
And I was going to say I can't, because remember, Crawford, and as you established, Crawford's essentially a southpaw. So I'm not going to see many similarities, because to me, southpaw fighters, they open themselves up to a very offensive style, where you play, offense is your defense in a lot of ways. And I think now when we talk about, comparable, I will say those rounds where Daniel Jacobs did well against Canelo, he happened to turn southpaw. So in that comparison, if you want to use the term a slick black fighter, or just say the fact that the last time Canelo was in there with a black southpaw, it gave him a bit of trouble. So, I'd probably draw those parallels sooner than anything else.
I guess one thing to consider is that the one thing, can you imagine what the one thing is that I found that Crawford and Bivol share?
What's that?
It is reach advantage. Crawford has a 2-inch reach advantage over Bivol. It's pretty shocking. I thought Bivol would have the, being the bigger man, naturally bigger man, his reach is 72, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 72, while Crawford's a 74. So, right then and there, if you're Crawford, you can at least know that you can steal the Bivol game plan of the 1-2-1 to keep the distance between yourself and Canelo. But Marco, good morning from Marco's Boxing. What's going on, brother? Today's topic is whether or not you believe you can see either man score a knockdown in this fight, Canelo versus Crawford.
Well, It's boxing, right? So anything's possible, but conventional wisdom would say Canelo has a way better shot of doing so. Canelo's never been down, correct?
Very correct.
And Crawford was down by, not officially, by what's his face? The Mean Machine guy, right?
Velasquez, correct.
Yeah.
Wobbled by Gamboa, too. But that was a long time ago. You know, you sucking down in weight, you know.
Right. I mean, what it comes down to is, I know everybody says this, but, you know, if Triple G and Kovalev can land flush, which they did, and do nothing, it's unlikely, no matter how physically strong, no matter how many pounds he's deadlifting at Crunch Fitness or whatever, it's unlikely he's going to drop Canelo. But you never know. Because punches, knockdowns, a lot of times come from the punch placement and the punch landing that is not seen. Only time I had ever been hurt was one I didn't see. You see it coming, you know, so it's possible, but unlikely for Crawford to land a knockdown. But Canelo is way more possible.
What does this phrase mean to the two of you? He's a blown up 68-pounder. What's the best definition for that?
In terms of Canelo?
No, just if you heard someone say that phrase, well, he's a blown up 68-pounder.
My first response would be that it would probably be some hate, that would be a biased statement because it's too general. Because Canelo, I don't see him as a blown up 68-pounder at all, you know, and I don't know if I'm only saying that from where I view him as his height. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like, you know, he's tall enough for the division. You know, I could be off. So when you just going to jump out there and say somebody's now respectfully, can I say this respectfully? When you said that and I thought about it, oh my God, David Benavidez.
What about him?
I mean, wouldn't that be a suck down 68-pounder, not a blown up?
Yeah, he's like.
Well, I guess because of the fact that he can't make it, so you suck him down. So on fight night, he's gonna be a blown up, right? Or am I saying it wrong?
No, I mean you're certainly using the phrase in a different way that I've never heard it used. Usually, blown up means you went from skinny to big, and it's not real.
You're punching out of your weight class, is what you're saying, Ness. Yeah, you're fighting out of what you naturally are, is what Ness means, I think.
So again, you know, this was an overtime conversation on the back end of Discord after yesterday evening show ended. It was so good. I said, you know what, we're gonna do this for the rest of the world. But one of the things mentioned was, Crawford has a better shot than you think because Canelo is just a blown up 68-pounder. He doesn't belong there. He didn't start there. He's a blown up 68-pounder. I beg to differ. I feel like, Jesus Christ, all these years, he's acclimated to the weight. If anything, the phrase blown up 68-pounder would fall on the hands of Crawford, who would be having his first fight at 68. So he's the one that would be blown up as a 68-pounder. He didn't get any acclimation or fights or time, in my opinion. And again, just sticking true to the phrase, that's what I was able to come up with. But Marco, you did say that punching up. A lot of people seem to think because Crawford has this 11-fight knockout streak that, you know, he can get a knockdown, get a knockout. How difficult is it to punch up in weight?
Well, the problem with Canelo, people think he's a blown up 68-pounder because he started at 139, right? That's what he started at. So when you look at that for face value, then now you look at 68, that's 30-pound jump. But he started fighting at 15 years old. His balls didn't even drop yet. So, you know what I'm saying? That's why I think there's a misconception. I think he's a full, you know, grown man now, and I think this is probably more so his natural weight. Crawford, though, would be a, quote, blown up 68-pounder because he's never come close to that. So wait, what was your question though? That was from the earlier question.
No, you're on topic. It was just, you know, would Crawford what can he do? Because isn't he the one, that you're saying would be punching up, right? Because he's the one coming up. Canelo's
Yeah,
more acclimated to the weight.
yeah, and they're the same height. Crawford has more reach, but some frames are different. You know what I'm saying? Mother Nature produces humans with all kinds of different frames, and Canelo just seems to be thicker. I don't know if I should say pause after that, but whatever. He's just a thicker. He has a bigger frame, so he's just a heavier dude. So Crawford has a task in front of him because physics dictate that you need more energy to drop or to knock down a bigger piece of mass. And Canelo's a bigger piece of mass, and Crawford's going to have to generate more energy to actually affect that mass. Whereas Canelo, who's a bigger piece of mass, needs to generate less energy to affect a smaller piece of mass. It's just physics. So that's, I think, the outlook.
Speaking of energy, a lot of people last night on the overtime call felt like Crawford is going to be faster than Canelo. And I'm like, Jesus, why are we just assuming all these things about a guy that's never fought 3 divisions above? Like, how can we not assume the logical, that the extra 20, 30 fucking pounds are going to slow him down? Do you guys believe that Crawford will be, I guess, have the speed advantage or faster than Canelo?
You want to go
Think,
first?
Marco?
All right, I'll go first. Yes, he will. Weight. Now, there's always exceptions, right? Like Devin Haney looks like he's punching harder when he's moving up in weight. Most fighters don't punch harder when they move up, but weight usually doesn't slow down speed. From all the fighters I've seen, as they go up, they carry their speed. They don't carry power, but they carry speed. So I think just from the eye test, Bud is a faster puncher. Bud's not known to blaze, you know what I mean? But he has speed, and he has more speed than Canelo. But Bud, what makes Bud look like he has more speed is his punch placement. This dude, and he throws short shots and he places them and they land. So he's very efficient with his punches. He's not wasting a lot of punches. What he's throwing is landing, and that sometimes gives the illusion of even more speed.
Yo, so Marco, I like that because I was thinking like quickness and like he can get off his shots, and I'm thinking he's got that reach, right? So suppose he's just kind of like holding his southpaw, holding his arm out kind of long. He'll pop a jab and then he'll maybe flash a left and then loop a right hook and try to catch Canelo bending and bobbing. So he can kind of
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio.
Again, I don't know how to measure speed, but I think he can pretty like get his punches off quicker and in between some of Canelo's attack and movement. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
So you said that. You said bobbing and weaving. Like, has Crawford even faced anyone with the head movement of Canelo, let alone the defense? And Marco, you said something else. So obviously I'm making this a 2-part, a little more difficult. But like you said, Crawford, has good punch placement and he's got these short shots. My bro, doesn't it matter who you doing it to? Like, there's levels to this shit, right? Like, ain't that a song? Like, I could do something to a baby that I can't do to a 16-year-old that I probably can't even think about doing to a 25-year-old, right? Like, it's just different levels. You know what I'm saying? Like, isn't Canelo and Crawford on different levels? Some way, sort of how? Like, or are they on the same level, even though they're 3 divisions apart?
Well, it matters who you're doing it to, but the technique and the execution at which he has, Bud, is still top tier. And that's the best way to do it. It doesn't get better than that. Now, are they on different levels? As of right now, based on their performances, no. But yes, because Canelo has fought way better competition and has been, an effective fighter for way many more years, So that's a hard question to answer because Bud has looked so good, but Canelo has looked so good for so much longer and against higher competition. But that's not Bud's fault. Bud fought who's in front of him. Bud has fought pretty much every big welterweight of his generation, almost. So it's hard to tell if they're on different levels. But I think, and to answer your question in terms of does it matter who, yeah, it matters, but he's still doing it. He's using the gold standard of boxing. So if it doesn't work against Canelo, well, that's more kudos to Canelo.
Nah, fair point. I don't think I could have said it any better. Is
Thank you.
like who else is Crawford going to fight to replicate that? If fighters don't fight with that particular style, it's hard to replicate. You might get a guy that could come in camp and try that, but he can't naturally run along and find an opponent that he could recall that has that style. Not never. And that's part of the challenge. Yeah. So he's going to have to see if I don't want to bring it back to the eye test, but if everybody sees what Bud does and we look at it as being gifted and being talented, we're just going to have to see if he can do that against Canelo.
I just don't get why the other gifted and talented fighters that fought Canelo and weren't able to do it, why doesn't that factor into play? Like, why is Crawford a messiah or, Jesus Christ?
Man.
Like, I'm
Are
just.
you serious?
Yeah, Bivol couldn't knock him down. Gennady Golovkin could not knock him down. The most accurate fighter we've seen in our age is Floyd. He couldn't even score a knockdown. Like, what are we talking about here, bro? Like, I'm just
we're not talking about knockdowns. We're talking about. I mean, no, I don't think Crawford has much of a chance to knock him down or stop him. Maybe stop him, but probably no. He might outbox him.
Wait, how do you stop a dude, but you ain't got the power to knock him down?
Sometimes like Pacquiao did to Margarito, like Pacquiao did to De La Hoya, he wasn't hurting him. He was just lumping him up. And after enough rounds, I don't think that's going to happen, but the referee stops it. That's how. But the guy's fine. He's just lumped up, and there's like, all right, that's enough. I think if Bud wins, and I don't think Bud's going to win this fight, but if he does, it would have to be boxing his socks off.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said he ain't going in there to exchange. Some people were, they jumped off the cliff, no parachute. They just jumped off and said that Bud got better inside fighting. I said, bro, but he got dropped with Velasquez. Most people's response is more like that wasn't an official knockdown. When it was all said and done, who won the fight? What was on the box rec? And it's like, okay. But Canelo has next level inside fighting, like that lateral movement. I don't know that we'll see that again. That waist movement, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, boxing is it's a very current sport. Meaning, fans. I don't know about us purists, like the three of us, for example, but all they remember is what the last thing they saw. That's it. So the last thing we saw was Bud dominating the fight of the decade. But it's the same on the flip side. If the last thing we saw was Bud get outboxed, like look at Shakur now. Everybody thinks Shakur's he's terrible. He runs. So you got to look deeper than the last fight. So my answer is why people say that, Ness, I think, is because all they remember is what Bud just did, and that's all they go by.
Well, he has been.
Yeah,
he has been doing it for 11 fights, though. You said you don't think the power carries up. You said you think he keeps the speed and not the power, or that traditionally that's what happens. My fault.
Traditionally, I don't know what's going to happen with this because Bud does have that freakish strength, and but yeah, traditionally that's a fact. That's just what happens.
What was the air quotes freakish strength? Because you're gonna laugh, but there was a call. And they brought up Canelo being more powerful because he wrestled Richard Torres and body slammed him. And Richard Torres is a small heavyweight. So
who's Richard Torres?
Oh, the top-ranked heavyweight.
Curly head kid fights on.
I've interviewed him. Right, my bad. I'm bugging.
So Bud allegedly slammed him on video, like picked him up in the air and slammed him. So guys are like, "Yo, that's it. Canelo can't handle that." And they're saying that like that's that moment that we all had in the Earl fight when Bud pushed Earl, and we was like, "Oh shit, he's stronger." Like that's the moment they're having with, "Oh shit, he could body slam a heavyweight. Canelo don't got a shot."
This is why I did the air quotes, because I've been in there with a lot of people myself. I've seen a lot of shit. Muscles and strength, weightlifters. I've been in there with I've seen all of that, and that doesn't mean you could punch. That's all I'm saying. So strength doesn't always translate into punching power.
Yeah, but Bud is already shown us he's got power. He's on an 11-fight knockout streak.
He has.
So factor in
does
him
it
slamming a
translate?
heavyweight. I could see why people thinking that.
Right. No, and that's why I'm not sure. But Canelo seems to have one of the better chins we've seen in quite a while. So it's a tall order.
Yeah, and I think, you know, that strength, I think it's something different. I think it translates more when you talk about what we may be underestimating about the inside game with Bud Crawford. I'm not going to say he's the better fighter. I just think that he might be more prepared than what we're giving him credit for because of these things with the slam and Richie Torres. Because what you got to do to be able to slam a big guy, you know that, Ness. Whenever a cat came at you back in the day, they tried to scoop you, right? They needed leg strength. Right. So with this whole wrestling thing we're talking about, imagine if, you know, Canelo trying to muscle on him, you know, Crawford positions his legs ever so slightly, gets those long arms kind of wrapped around and like, nah, you're not gonna bully me. Not right here, not right now. So that could take away, you know, a lot of, you know, Canelo's inside game, or at least some elements of it. So I see it as having the strength to keep him off you. More so as like having the strength to throw a punch that's somehow more powerful than you threw at 147.
Crawford is such a superhero in this fight that no one is bringing up the fact that he'll be 37 and that he's older than Canelo. Like, that's not even a talking point. Like, it's not being brought up by anyone. They're acting as if these guys are the same age.
You know what matters to me though? Mileage. And Canelo has more mileage, way more mileage, and professional mileage. So that's why, to me, those things kind of cancel each other out. Yeah, Bud's a little older, but Canelo has way more mileage.
That he does. Last I checked, actually, I have it pulled up. Let me just get an accurate count. He is at 484 rounds boxed.
God damn. And what's Bud at?
And them ain't no highway miles. Those are a lot of city miles too, man.
Bud,
a lot of braking.
Bud has less than half, 233 rounds boxed, 36
highway
years old.
miles. You heard?
There we go. There we go. So there it is.
So you think he's fresher?
Yeah, garage kept in everything. The pickup truck doubles as
you
the
guys
family
are funny.
car.
You guys are
do
funny.
A contractor work in it. Canelo's a pickup truck.
You guys are funny in a general. I'm generalizing like the boxing public, because in one hand, if a dude is Bud's age, we waiting for him to get old. Like, even with Better Beef, we waiting for it. If as great as he is, we waiting for it. But Bud, we ain't waiting for it. He yo, it's crazy. He done turned back the hands of time. I got a counterpunch. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Real quick, I got to tell you, and you should know, man, and I don't know where Marco is on the scale, but I'm sure he'd agree with me, right? Men like us, you see all this damn silver? I don't believe in age, friend. I believe in how you treat yourself, how you take care of your body. And this is what I'm saying. Even at 37 years old, the man don't drink, don't smoke. That is a different kind of preservation in addition to half the rounds fought. I'm trying to tell you, 37 don't mean nothing. It's a cat out there that's younger than me physically, but he's older than me. You know what I'm saying? So let's not dismiss that.
I mean, you guys, Ness, how old are you? If you don't mind me asking.
44.
40. He took him a second. All right. I'm 47, so we're in the same bracket. How about you? I mean,
43.
43. Okay. So you guys remember back in the 80s and 90s, 30, not just in boxing, but across the board, 30, you were done. You got to retire in sports. And now it's more like 40. You know, because of the advances in nutrition and exercise science.
40. It's more like 40 because we holding on to our old stars. Like, look, there's some of us, again, I like to generalize boxing fans. There's some of us that still want Floyd to fight. There's some people right now that if they drop a rumor that Floyd's thinking about fighting Crawford, there's going to be people that want it.
That's because he could fight still. Like, he could still do it. We've seen him. We see him sparring. We see him.
But that's also why we've raised that age bracket, because guys like Floyd have been able to exceed it, and Bernard Hopkins, George Foreman, and whoever else was able to win world titles and defend them and do great things past 40. But typically, bro, 37, 36, that's old. In this sport, that's old.
I think it's changing, man. I think it's changing. I think, people are living longer. There's just the evolution. It's just evolving, with all the advancements in technology and exercise science
give me
and
five
nutrition.
Five people not named Crawford above 36. He's 36. Go ahead.
Name 5 that are
Not
active.
named Crawford.
I can name 5 in the recent 5 years.
Active.
Okay, let's try and do that.
Because that's the point. That's the point. You're saying age doesn't matter. So
Better Biev.
Cool.
Isn't Usyk over 36?
I will check.
I
think he is. If not, he's right there. So is Fury. So is Wilder.
He went straight to the heavyweight division, knowing that the heavyweight division notoriously is older guys. But okay.
Well, better Biev, Wilder, Fury, Loma.
Loma's 34. 35 at best.
Well, he looks about 92, so
35 at best though. That's a bad one. That's he
close.
didn't make the cut.
That's only 1 year off the 36.
He didn't make the cut. He didn't make the cut. And Fury didn't make the cut, so you lost 2. Fury's under 36.
All right, come on. Give or take. Who else? Nonito Donaire.
I mean, is he still fighting?
Yeah, I know him. I talk to him all the time. Yeah, he's still fighting. All right. Whatever. They're out there.
See how hard it is? Yeah, right. No, that is not whatever. That's the point. There aren't a lot of 36-year-old.
It's not commonplace. It's not commonplace. You're right.
And look, you could have said Kovalev too, but again, look at his career. Like at that age, there's not a lot of Terrence Crawfords, bro. Like 36. Look at Crawford at the height of his career. 36. Look at where Deontay Wilder's at.
I mean, Floyd too. Floyd was fighting at the highest level into his late 30s.
Again, active. And again, Floyd is the reason this conversation started. We've already established that the age brackets has been pushed back because of guys like Floyd, B-Hop, and Foreman, but there are not a lot of them out there. Special fighters that can fight past 36, they're just not out there.
Agreed, but it used to be a complete unicorn, and now it's a little more commonplace. It's just evolving slowly to be more and more commonplace.
And again, I don't think we need so much as volume as so much we need to see the recipe. You know what I'm saying? And even if you go to Floyd, I pointed it out all the time. Floyd in his retirement has been more active than Keith Thurman. So if you're able to preserve yourself, like I said, with whatever self-discipline, whatever you do, whether it's the CMOS, you know what I'm saying, whatever you got going on, there are fighters out there that are able and willing. Now, again, 35 is a, an advanced age, but I think if we just say fighters in their 30s performing, and I may be biased even when I say women's boxing, because even Yokasta Valle, unified strawweight champ, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes it takes you a while to get there, get your belts and defend it. So we just have to not be so harsh when we're looking at age. Yes, these people that we're talking about are not going to perform in their primes, but if they're competing, we got to accept them for what they're able to do,
I think women's boxing...
I forgot about Barroso.
I think women's boxing is an unfair comparison because they don't have deep amateur backgrounds to lose a bunch of years. But we got a counterpunch from J-Mac.
What's a counterpunch?
That cuts the line, stops the conversation, lets them jump right in.
Oh, okay.
And give their 2 cents on what it is we're talking about.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yo, Ness, Marco,
what up?
I mean, man, shout out to y'all, man. Definitely some cooking going on this morning. That's if I go over, let me just burn. I want to address a few points, and I was jotting them down as you're going. Kavaliauskas. I think Kavaliauskas proved us that he was definitely a power puncher. It didn't happen on the inside. It happened as in mid-range as Bud was coming forward. What I think Bud did in that fight was not respect Kavaliauskas' punching power, and he fucked around and found out. I don't think the ref should have scored a knockdown due to the fact he did buzz and hurt Bud, but I believe in the exchange when they got up close, The push down is what made it not a knockdown. It made it a push down. That's why the ref called it. The Virgil Ortiz fight, Velasquez fight. Virgil went down in that fight as well. So I don't remember how he went down. I know it was I know it wasn't scored a knockdown, but what that showed me was Velasquez punched harder than a lot of people give him. You break up the Gamboa wobbly legs fight. You bring up the Velasquez fight. Right, okay. I'm not going to defend that with how that fight ended because I have said that so many times. I'll just go another route. I'm going to take the Sean Porter and the Errol Spence fight. You bring those two fights up to make your point saying Bud got hurt in those fights. I'm going to say Bud stopped two dudes that ain't never been stopped before. The same argument, same sentiment, saying Bud this, Bud that. I don't see him stopping these guys, but we can see him winning. He went in there and stopped both of them guys. Kenny knew what was coming. He threw the towel in before it got worse. Errol fucked around and found out the worst way. I don't need to recap on that. Bud in his action with Errol, when Errol was telling him he was light in the ass, Bud was telling him that's fat. I'm like, nigga, what the fuck are you talking about? Errol is actually fit and strong and conditioned. Like, how you calling this dude fat? Errol ain't never showed us no signs of a out of shape fighter. Like, what are you talking about? I started doing my research. Bud comes from a wrestling background that I will bring up again. A lot of those guys are normally lean and stronger, and they're actually smarter than most because the weight they make, they don't have to have the extra weight on them unless they're just a big man in order to be strong. Bring it back to the wrestling technique. Shout out to me. Wrestling, if you know how to use it in a ring, it can work for you and be very beneficial if you technically sound and you know how to use it for leg advantage, movement, in close clinching, how you pick, how you move your arm, how you fight behind your hands. It can work for you if you know how to use it. It ain't just done on the ground. What Bud showed me is he's a very strong guy on the inside. That's why he's able to pick his shots and fight on the inside. The inside fighter ain't always the guy who throws the best volume. It's the guy who places his shots on the inside. It's more efficient. That's the better inside fighter. So we got to find out who's the better inside fighter. If Bud gonna even take that fight to Canelo, I don't know. I'm not in his team. I think his team believe in him. I think for them to allow him to be in a position with Canelo, they must see something and honestly have a game plan there. So that's why I'm confident in my stance on Bud beating him, not knocking him out. If a knockout happens or a knockdown happens, I would be very surprised. But I do know Bud is more than a one-trick pony where he can win his fight in a multitude of ways and surprise. Another thing you brought up with punching power, moving up in weight. Punching power, when you punch with technique and proper form and placement, yes, you can move up with punching power. Now, how much your punching power weighs against the bigger guy, that's for you to hit the guy on the right spot to find out, because that's what it comes down. When you got guys getting knocked down or getting getting caught off balance by lesser talent, it comes down to the punch placement, how they landed and took the shot, whether their feet were squared up, whether they got caught while their feet was coming or moving off the ground, a multitude of ways, where they got hit a spot. You brought up the age. Bud actually lives a clean lifestyle. He don't drink. He don't do no drugs. He lives a very actually, I think he's genetically gifted. If you look at his father seems to be in very good shape at his older age. So Bud might be a little bit genetic DNA in there on top of the lifestyle he lived, the way he can preserve his body. So some of the stuff in his aging and all that might be a little genetically on top of his work ethic. Amin brought up a great point about his mentality, and I was telling everybody on a back call after we got off because you hung up on me yesterday because I was cooking your ass. Shout out to me. I was saying what really got me with Bud. When I see MJ, Kobe, athletes like that, they had something different than most competitive athletes. They took their competition to a higher level mentally and was willing to go places that most men ain't willing to go. So when y'all talk about this superhero shit, go ahead, get the cape out, say he's a bird, is a plane. No, it's Bud coming through and doing Bud shit. We in Bud era. And then after when Bud beats Canelo, it's gonna be the J-Mac era like I've been calling it. I've been believing in saying Bud would knock out Spence. It wasn't a close fight. Y'all arguing on this 50-50 shit. I said it was nowhere near close to that. Bud just on a different level. Moving up the fight to Canelo. Canelo ain't the blown up guy. I forgot who made that comment, and I think you shooting shots at JT. I think he was the one that said that. And he also said something about the wrestling comment as well. I don't think Canelo's a blown up 68. I think he's a guy that make weight at 68. I think Bud fights close to 68 with rehydration, but I think he's in shape at 68. And see, that's the question. What they're gonna do? Weight manipulation is a science. What they do is you get your team, you get your people around you, and they go ahead and they test you. They test your performance, they test your weight, and see how well you can manage. Now, I agree. If we're talking about Bud fighting David Benavidez, that's a whole nother animal. That's a different type of man coming down to 168. Canelo is a bigger guy than Bud, but stature, height, size, punch reach, all that plays a part in it. And I don't think Canelo is that bigger than Bud at 168 to where Bud can't move up with the added weight or the rehydrated weight that he walks around close to in shape and go in there and be faster, manipulate his foot speed, catch him off balance, play shots like Marco pointed out, and actually carry up his power because he's a technically sound punching fighter. Bud knockout guys, you say 11 straight, and that's you keeping track, right? A lot of those punches and knockout come from how he places his punches. So I think he will move up in power. Will he have the power to knock out Canelo? I don't know. That's still yet to be proven. Will he sit in the inside long enough to place a shot? We don't know. That's still yet to be proven. That's why you got to fuck around and find out. But I do have Bud being a stronger guy at 168 when he get in the ring with Canelo. Unlike Bud, Canelo does not use his physical strength to fight to take advantage of the fights the way he do. It's more of a boxing background. Bud has that advantage over him. That's why I got Bud beating Canelo. I mean, I owe you.
That's 3, champ.
Gotcha. I'll cook it for you if I need to get back on.
You the man. Let me make sure he connects. Okay, he connected. I'm gonna just go ahead and screen share Exhibit A. This is Cat Velasquez, Bud Crawford. This is just to prove that the coach that was just on don't know the difference between inside fighting and mid-range fighting. So now y'all can see this fight. Let's make this a little bigger for you, so you can get it. They gonna give us an aerial view. Aerial view. That's over top. That even shows you even better than this view. So you get this view first. Boop boop boop. That looks like inside fighting to me, but cool. Might have been hard for. So here go the aerial view. Bang, 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 bang. Yeah, that's not mid range. That's just Exhibit A. It was a few things. I didn't jot them down like he did. I didn't jot them down. Exhibit B would be, even though he said all that shit and it sounded great, he still answered the question. He would be surprised, not only if Bud got a knockout, but if Bud even got a knockdown. So the answer to the question of the show is obviously no. He doesn't think Bud, with all that wrestling background, all that power, all the super genetics he talked about. My man used the word genetics a million times. All the super genetics he talked about, he still said Bud ain't getting a drop, a knockdown, or a knockout. So I just wanted to highlight those things, you feel me? So they don't go over nobody's head.
Yo, before you go out to the next caller, man, I got to get up out of here. Work is calling me.
You the man.
Check me out, Championship Rounds on YouTube. Yo, go check out that Jasmine and Animal Artesia interview I got up there.
Bro,
you know,
why she look so mean at the weigh-in? God damn. I
she
had
wanna
to
kill
repost that
something, man.
just because yo, she looked like, bro, she looked a little, like she about to kill somebody.
Yo, man, she's gonna put on the show, and not to deter, but Nancy Franco is a very good opponent. She's been in there with 3 current or former world champions. So this is a great step up fight for Artesia. Corey Marksman's on his card as well. You know, he was on the show the other day, you know, so be sure to check that out. Check me out on Instagram, King Amin of Essex 1, and on Twitter, King Amin of Essex 1, the foremost authority on women's boxing. I'm the shop steward of that shit. I promise you. I'm out. Marco, peace, brethren.
My man, good talking to you.
Counterpunch, bougie. While we wait for him to connect, go ahead and hit that thumbs up. It's going to help with the visibility. Let the algorithm know we're doing it again every day, twice a day. Don't forget we got that evening show, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 7 p.m. Eastern. You know
You are
what's
the
funny?
hardest working man in this game. I'll give you. I'm gonna give it to you. Good
Bro,
job.
I love this shit. I love this shit, bro. Look,
Oh man, for
yesterday
real.
after my live, I'm telling you, we did like another hour on Discord. It's just, I love the boxing talk. But yo, and then it's little goals, right? Like yesterday, we posted a short. It was the Shakur Stevenson should go to PR. No, the Shakur Stevenson, maybe James Prince is failed them, bro. Oscar jumped on with the longest comment and is like, yo, if you want the exclusive, let me know. I'll give it to you. And I'm like, bro, this is the second time you done
Oscar who?
said that, De La Hoya.
Oh.
Yeah. No, those shorts are killing it, bro. We getting hella fighters. Uh,
Yeah, I love
very,
the. I don't know who does the video editing, but it's
yeah.
real creative.
Yeah, nah, that's my guy Jemmy, man. That dude's he deserves a fucking award for sure. We got Bougie, you dipped off. Okay, so he put that in there just to have it in the cut. So we going to looks like we got Leo in H Town. What up?
What up, Ness? What up, H-Town?
Good morning.
Hey, Ness, everybody talking about what Bud's gonna do, but nobody's asking that can Bud take Canelo shots. He could do all he wants, and he could move all he wants, be as strong as he wants to be, but if he can't take the punch, all that's useless. I mean, I was the one that brought up Bud wrestling like 4 years ago, and everybody was telling me I was stupid. How does that apply to boxing? And I kept trying to explain to people that wrestling is an exercise that deals with nothing but core strength, and a lot of your punching power comes from your core. And now everybody and their mama using that topic now. Well, he's a wrestler. He's strong. That's crazy to me. But man, it all comes down to if Bud could stay behind the jab and work around and use his footwork to win. If anybody's knocking anybody down, I feel Canelo's knocking Bud down when he decides to trade. I'm a Bud fan. I would love to see Bud win, but I like to be a realist. And reality is that Bud probably won't be able to take Canelo's power. People talking about look what Bud did. He stopped two people and never been stopped. How many people has Canelo stopped that's never been stopped, Ness? I mean, at least 7, 8, maybe more that have never been stopped. You know? Yeah. So those talking points are pointless. Oh, yeah, that's just fandom. That's just being a fanboy. But I mean, if someone's knocking anybody down, Canelo's knocking Bud down if he gets reckless. And we all know, as a Bud fan myself, I know Bud has the tendency to have that. I'm gonna get my lick back if you get him good, and that could be very dangerous for him in this fight. And another thing, people saying that this fight ain't gonna count for Canelo and all this bullshit. Hey, y'all counted y'all counted Conor McGregor for Floyd. So get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. I'm out.
Bro, Leo, you've been on a
Yes, sir.
roll. You've been on a roll, honestly. You've been on a roll with the facts and the undefeated fighters and the how many champions. And that last little point, it's true. They will say, oh, he was a welterweight, but look, we did give and still give Mayweather credit for
A
McGregor.
guy that's never boxed, Conor
Yeah,
McGregor.
I mean, but it's kind of the same thing. We did that to Nagano as well. Like after his loss to Fury, I mean, he got ranked, and we care slightly. Some of us, I'll say. I know everybody ain't me, but I care to see his fight with AJ now.
I mean, I do too, but you know how people they're gonna count an MMA fighter, but they're not gonna count a guy that's been boxing since he was what 9. When Bud started boxing at 9, 7, what'd he say?
But man, I don't know how you're gonna have to get one of these guys to tell you exactly. But I got another call. Thank you for calling in, Leo. Phone lines are open. 1-425-569-5241. We got a counterpunch from Kentrell in Phoenix. Buenos dias.
I don't know if Bud
Start
can get
over.
knocked down.
Champ, start over. I'm sorry.
You hear me?
Yeah. Start over, though, because I had the fader down.
Oh, I was saying, I don't think that Bud can knock Canelo down because Canelo had probably got a chin made out of vibranium. Like, he don't go down, man. His chin just as good as Triple G's. But I can't see a knockdown, but I can see Bud beating Canelo easy, but there are things that Bud got to look out for. Like, if Canelo knows you're going to move around the ring, he going to start hitting your hips so you don't move, make it harder for you to move. If you hit on too much, he going to start hitting your shoulder, your arms, whatever he can get to. So all Bud need to do is watch out for the attacks I told you and punch in between Canelo punches. Like catch and shoot almost, kind of like how Bevo did, and just stay out the way, man. I don't think Bud need to knock him out. All he need to do is win. So, when knockout come, I'll take it, but if I'm Bud, I'm just trying to win. So, I'm a catch, shoot, stay back. That's what I would do if I was Bud, because he is one of the best, fighters I can think of that punch in between your punches. Like, he stopped not Khan, but it might have been Khan and Canelo. No, Khan and what's the guy name? What's the Brownie hands? What's his name? Kell Brook.
Kell Brook.
Yeah, he caught him in between the punch, man. And we seen Canelo ain't got he ain't ready for that. And most importantly, if I'm Bud, I know that Canelo needs you to stand in front of him so he can get off. He really flat-footed, I think. But, yeah, all I got to do is punch. Just dance around. Turn him. Pop, turn him. Catch and shoot, pop, and keep moving, man. I don't think Canelo would be that hard for Bud to beat. Because every tool that I say he needs, he has. What do you don't think so? I'm just talking about tools. I ain't talking about no weight or anything like that.
Again, I think it's what H-Town said, bro. We need to be talking about can Bud take Canelo's power. Canelo is the one-punch knockout guy that knocked out a fucking light heavyweight with one punch, bro. Like, I think we are, just thinking way too much of all the good that Bud does and forgetting everything that Canelo does. Like, the fact that he stood in front of so many of his opponents and barely gets hit because of his head movement, his lateral movement, his waist movement. Like, he's phenomenal slipping. Like, yo, go to Google and type in Canelo defense. There's not a lot of people that got the highlight reels that Canelo has with defense, bro. Like, people out here wilding, man. We'll see. This is why I told motherfuckers this was a big fight and they laughed at me. But I knew. Let me get to some other calls. I got another counterpunch from J-Mac. That's number 4.
Yo, Ness.
Yo.
I went back and looked at the clip. I'm not arguing with you on it. I see how you think is inside. I think it's mid-range due to the fact when Kevlar stepped back and counterpunch Bud. Bud got being greedy on the front foot too much. Shout out to maybe he do this for against Canelo. So y'all hope Canelo land a knockout punch. But I don't think it's gonna happen. What I think he had to do is learn the respect, and Kevlar has made him respect him due to the fact that we realized it, but Bud stepped on the gas. The reason why I said it was mid-range because he changed the range by that step back, and he actually countered Bud coming forward. So they were sitting in front with each other, not on the inside, but right in front of each other, both in the middle of the ring. Kevlar steps back and catches Bud coming forward. That way changes the range up. So that's why I said mid-range. I still say that was mid-range. And I don't think it was complete on the inside. And I think Kevin Lawson was a better counterpuncher than a lot of people respected. I brought up and made the point of the knockout with Spence and and Sean Porter, just to kind of your point of saying Bud got hurt by smaller guys. So that's why I brought that up. Some people need to just listen before they kind of respond to shit, or just need my point to make my point. Call in and make your own point. Um, Another point you said something about the movement in the upper torso movement. The only thing about that upper torso movement you talking about with Canelo, his feet is normally flat and planted. Yes, he does move his head and his upper torso very exceptionally well. Pause. For a boxer, but he don't throw much counter punches behind it, and he damn sure ain't throwing them going backwards. So I think that was Cantrell because I heard some of his call. It was a little scrambled. Like, so Bud needs to stand there almost flat-footed or bite off more he can chew, maybe like he did against Kavaliauskas, or maybe like Amir Khan did, where Amir Khan was jumping in and out and still in front of Canelo, and Canelo was loading up the big shot. But maybe Bud does have the ability to fight behind his longer arms with his jab and be disciplined, which we didn't seen this dude win multiple styles and ways. So no, he has never fought a Canelo. But maybe we gonna find out that Canelo has. Oh no, my bad. I can't say he fought a Bud because he already lost to Floyd and he lost to Bebo. My bad, so I can't say that. So maybe Bud just may be that special talent that can actually move up the heavier weight or the 21 pounds that y'all counted, or just cut less weight and come in there in shape and fight Canelo at a similar weight that he needs to be comfortable in there to do what he needs to do to win the fight. I'm not going back for the back and forth with the disrespect. Let's all talk boxing and keep it on boxing. That's my counter punch. Shout out to Bud. Let's see him tap into that greatness.
All right. Yeah, I screen shared again, the video, man. It wasn't a counter. He led with the right hand. And yeah, man, I mean, Marco, you got the feedback right now.
I got feedback?
Stop now.
No more feedback, Chris.
I'm trying to find an exact uppercut with Billy Joe. Because again, I didn't see Billy Joe standing still, right? He said Canelo's flat-footed, so he barely counters when he does that upper body torso movement, which is not true at all. Uppercuts come out of there all day. Holler at Billy Joe, and Billy Joe's another example of a guy that doesn't stand there and let you hit him. He's a boxer trying not to be hit, but I mean, I get it. He's a Euro guy, right? You probably didn't watch that fight. But I am with you. Let's keep it boxing, man. So whoever he was directing that to, keep it boxing. But we got a few super chats I got to get to. First, we got Carlos. Welcome to the prospect level. Leo H-Town, $2. Just watch Fury Usyk trailer again. 3 fire emojis. Yes, sir. That shit was so good. Like, I knew I was going to get flagged, which that episode did get flagged, obviously, for showing it, which is crazy. Again, I've said this time and time again, like, yo, movie channels get to review movies and show the whole trailers and the whole videos or movie clips and not go through the shit that we do here at boxing when, I want to show you. Like, showing you these Crawford knockouts and Canelo, Billy Joe highlights, that might get me flagged, too. They're so territorial with their stuff when I'm trying to promote. Like, I'm telling my audience about the fucking trailer. Anyway.
It's weird, the things that they flag you for, and sometimes they just don't care.
Yeah.
I saw that trailer too. I don't know, man. I didn't think it was as dope. Like, it was dope, but it wasn't really relevant to boxing at the same time. I don't know. I'm the only one who thinks that, though.
Wait. What do you mean it wasn't relevant to boxing? And what didn't you like?
I did not like it. It didn't make me, if I wasn't a boxing fan, which I already am, it didn't make me want to see the fight. It just looked more like a creative kind of compilation of a bunch of ideas and really cool CGI and all that.
I can see that. So my interpretation of it was that, yeah, it was a bunch of cool compilations of different CGIs, but I think that they were targeting different combat combat. What is it? What is the word I'm fucking looking for? Like combat audiences, not trying to just be boxing, right? Because they start with the Cowboys, which, you know, it's mano a mano type shit. Plus, you know, Fury and Usyk look good in the cowboy outfits, right? It fits them. Then they go to fucking Pirates of the Caribbean and shit. Again, more combat shit. From there, it transitions into, you know, what most of us like, and it's your 300 Spartacus, you know, kind of Roman mythology era, you know, the Russell Crowe gladiator scene. Then from there, they transition into anime, right? So my interpretation is that they're trying to specifically touch on different demographics. It's all right, let's grab the Westerners. Let's grab with the Cowboys, right? So then let's grab, you know, the fucking Asians and the Japanese people with the, because they do samurai too, you know? And then they finish it off with the samurai outfit, like, deteriorating, and at the end of it is just two common men with gloves on. What it all boils back down to. I don't know. I interpreted it differently. I feel like he was trying to tell a story that no matter who you are, you can relate to this fight, because all these different scenes that they showed you of combat ultimately lead to two men squaring off. And at the end, you got Fury and Usyk throwing a punch, and, you know, it's, I don't know. I thought it was a fucking amazing. Was it the best trailer ever for boxing? Yeah, but it wasn't my best. I think it was the best trailer ever done for boxing, but it wasn't my best because I don't relate to fucking Cowboys.
I like the Ngannou Fury one better because you saw them hitting walls. It was all boxing related.
Yeah, that was amazing too. That was pretty dope too. That was
but I guess what you just made me realize is I'm not a profound thinker, because all that shit you just said, I don't think I go that deep. You're right. I just don't go that deep, I guess.
That's how I looked at it. I like, are they trying to cast this wide fishing net where they can grab different demos? That's what I thought. Like, that's why they got the samurai scene. That's why they got the anime scene. Like, why have so many different fucking combat scenes then?
Right. No, it was cool. It was cool as shit, but just, I guess for me, it wasn't related to boxing at all, except for having the, you know what I'm saying? But maybe that's part of the appeal, so.
Yeah, again, not to say I'm right. Again, if you're thinking like me, then it's like they're trying to get a different audience. You know,
right.
That's the only way I can look at it. But we got Chris Turner, $2 super chat. What's good, Ness? Nello isn't that slick boxer anymore, in my opinion. Okay. Rich Mendez, $5. No one's speaking of Crawford's age. He'll be 37, and all I hear is about Canelo's age at 33 and 34 by September. The Natural, welcome to the prospect level. Jay Hill, the servant, $5. Ness, things are changing. Crawford will be the LeBron of boxing, and you will have some of the elite fighters coming behind him. Mark my words. TDDT, $10 super chat, celebrating his 20th, and I ain't gonna front. Those are probably all here, so salute to you from Canada. Would y'all say Crawford ever fought somebody like Canelo, vice versa? Ooh, no. Crawford,
nope.
First of all, no. Crawford's never fought nobody with the power of Canelo, let alone the head movement, the defense, the slickness. No, the resume. No. But I don't think that the Canelo's fought anybody like Crawford. Unlike the Crawford fans, super fans, I do not think he's Floyd. They keep bringing up Floyd and Bivol. Like, bro, Bivol wish he was Crawford, and Crawford wish he was as defensively sound and disciplined, defensively disciplined as Bivol. Crawford gets in street fights. Stop lying to yourself as a Crawford fan. And why is everybody forgetting he went a whole 12 rounds with Benavidez? Junior. Yeah, he got the stoppage in the 12. But it's Junior. Like, damn, are we not gonna give Canelo any credit? Like, Junior can make it to the 12, but Canelo gonna get knocked down or knocked out? Shit, bro. Chicago, April, welcome to the champ level. Don't forget, betting show is today at 145. Slick Nick, $2. Hooks under Bud, before the knockdown. Arm hooks under Bud's arm before the knockdown? So he's saying Canelo's going to go down, but he grabs Bud from underneath his arm? I'm lost, champ. You lost me. JXV, laugh out loud. He said, laugh out loud. Didn't J-Mac pick Charlo versus Nello? Probably his brother. I don't know that J-Mac did it. Probably JT, who's more of a not Canelo fan.
Who's J-Mac?
J-Mac is the guy that called in the first caller.
Oh, okay.
We got Drew. What up? Hold on, Drew. You? Can you unmute?
Yo. Top of the morning, gentlemen.
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
You know, everybody got their theories. Everybody got their opinion. When we've just been adamant as we just want to see the fight. It's a huge fight, and I'm being proven right. It's exciting. This is like legendary stuff. This is like when Sugar Ray Robinson went up to fight Joey Maxim at light heavyweight. We gonna see, right, fellas? We gonna see. Like, can and they say that Sugar Ray only had to not come off the stool because it was too hot. It's just the spectacle of it. We're excited, but I think everybody's forgetting that Crawford likes to fight. Crawford's not this boxing savant that likes to go through 12 rounds without getting hit. Nah, he has that dog where like, nah, it's a fight. It's not a fight till I get hit. And then I'm going to show you the level I turn it up to. Like when they told him Sean Porter was ahead on the card, he's like, what? Okay, let's do this. But what they're forgetting about Canelo is he's still got to get hit, right? We got to see if he can hold up to that onslaught that Canelo's going to give him. And where I'll give Crawford the credit is Crawford is better at, just has more tools. He's better at adjusting in the actual fight. When something's not working or I need to try this, try that, he does that. Canelo don't do that. He'll run with the same game plan for the 12 rounds, and the only times we've seen him adjust is when he comes back for the rematch against Triple G. He kept trying to do the same thing with Bevo, didn't work. So it's a pick your poison. Like, I don't get where fools think that Crawford's just gonna run through him like Spence and stop him and hurt him. We ain't ever seen the man touch. We ain't seen the man's glove touch canvas, man. So we haven't even seen him come close to that. And then this man was up there with Bevo, and they're like, you just gotta do. Crawford gotta do what Bevo do, and the range and the mid range and the dish. I'm like, that was a light heavyweight in his prime, punching back at Canelo. Of course, Canelo's not gonna be able to do what he was doing against a bigger man like that. When it's like, oh shit. So let's just enjoy it for what it is. Like, I don't get why they're discounting. They're so dismissive of Canelo, even though I'm thinking it's a pick'em fight. But I know that Canelo's going to rise up for this fight the same way Bud is, and we're going to see two dudes that are going to go in there and try to impose their will. And we'll see who comes out on top. But as far as he got the power to stop Canelo or hurt him, come on, bro. Them Eastern Europeans couldn't stop Canelo with their power. The man was in there with Gennady when Gennady was wrecking shit. Gennady was hitting them flush. Nasty got the clips on the first two fights. He was hitting them flush. And what did Canelo do? Like, nah, bro. Come on. Like, I just prisoner of the moment, man. Prisoner of the moments, and just everybody want Canelo. They want. It seems like a certain segment of fans want the Canelo era to end already. even though he's 60 fights in and he's a throwback fighter, like Bud's a throwback fighter. But I'm just enjoying it for the spectacle of it, bro. Like, when do we get to see two first ballot Hall of Famers, top 5 pound for pound guys fight like that? But that's my call.
All right. Right now, I just put out a poll on our community page because remember, right here on our live chat, we already have a poll which is asking you to hit that thumbs up or not. But if you do get to 500 thumbs up, we do unlock the live chat and everybody can comment right now. It's members only, so get to 500 thumbs up and we'll unlock that. But on our community page, I put up same title with some answers as a poll. Canelo versus Crawford, can you see either man being knocked down? Canelo will score a knockdown and stop Crawford is the first option. Second option, Canelo will get a knockdown in the fight. Third option, Crawford will get a knockdown in the fight. Crawford will score a knockdown and stop Canelo. No knockdowns in this fight. So head on over to our community page. Go ahead and vote. We're going out. Tim Boski, talk to us. UK.
Yo.
You.
Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah. What's going on, man? Salute Nesla. Marco Boxing. What's going on,
What's
fam?
up? How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Listen, like we're talking about this generational fight. I'm not sure. Like I was saying before, man. I'm not sure if you got hold of me yesterday, Ness. You get me, or if you locked off for connection problems. I understand, but like I was saying, man, I do see knockdowns in this fight, but I just don't think it will. I don't think it will. I don't think there are knockdowns in this fight. I just don't think there'll be. I don't think it will happen. Saying is when you get to the elite upper echelons level of boxing, the knockouts start to slow down. But when you put two generational talents in the ring with each other, and I think that not many people believe in Terence Crawford's skills. You know what I'm saying to you? I believe in his skills. I just don't know if his durability will hold up to 168. And I don't believe Canelo Alvarez is a blown up 168 pounder. I wouldn't say that. I would believe that his best natural weight to me, which I've seen from Canelo Alvarez over the past 10, 15 years that I've been watching him, I believe 160 is his best weight. But he has acclimated to 168, yes. I would just want to know if he like how I want to ask you guys, if you do see a stoppage in this fight or a knockdown, how do you see him catching someone like Terence Bell Crawford? I think Terence Bell Crawford has the IQ. I think I do believe, I want to believe he has the durability, but it just needs to be proven. But I would say at this point, he does have the durability. I think he's a junkyard dog. I think he's an apex predator. There's not many of them in this sport today. There's about 5 that I can count, 3 to 5 guys that I can count on my hand that I would like to say is an apex predator. But how do you see, what shots do you see Canelo Alvarez catching Bob Crawford with? Because I can see Bob Crawford, I believe he's a better counter puncher than Canelo Alvarez, an aggressive one at that. He's a more education. He's a more. Oh, go ahead.
No, I just want to ask, why is he a better counterpuncher?
Because I see Crawford being the faster man when it comes to punching in between people's shots, even though Canelo Alvarez has been in there with better competition. He has been in there with better competition, but I just don't think, like a Kovalev, when you mention a Kovalev or a Golovkin, those guys, I don't think they bring the anticipation like a Crawford. They don't bring the fast twitch, fast reflex muscles that Crawford possesses. Those guys are a bit more predictable. You know what I'm saying? They're a bit more robotic in their offense. Unlike a Crawford he's more unpredictable. He can give you different shots from a selective amount of angles. You know what I'm saying to you? A different amount of angles. He's got a different dimension to a Golovkin, a Kovalev. You know what I'm saying to you? He's going to catch you with some stuff that you don't really see coming, even though Triple G did, even though Kovalev did. But I believe that Canelo Alvarez about 4 or 5 years ago is not this Canelo Alvarez that we have here now. You understand what I'm saying to you? I think he is on the decline slowly. He's still a world-class elite.
That's the bell, champ. That's the bell. Lord, he says something. Oh, that counterpunching shit. Bro, that's the most laughable thing. I gotta see it. 3 divisions up. Counterpunching ability has to do with speed and timing and We don't know how his body's gonna react with all that extra weight. Not to mention, it's very difficult for me to believe that he is the better counterpuncher when there is highlight reels of Canelo counterpunching first ballot Hall of Famer Miguel Cotto, first ballot Hall of Famer Gennady Golovkin, and just so many others. Like what you do and who you do it to should matter. And if it ain't gonna matter for you, at least put some respect on the people that's doing it. You know, because when it don't matter for someone, it's just because it weakens their argument because their guy doesn't have those legendary fighters. So you want to make believe that it doesn't matter, but it fucking matters who you fight. Counterpunch, Majid. Why you think Bud is a king right now? Because of what he did to who he did it to. To who he did it to. Is what he did to Earl. That's what matters. That's why people care, because it's what he did to Earl. Majid. What up?
Yo, you can hear me?
Yep.
Everybody need to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and join YouTube members and Patreon for some. Hold up, yo. Oh shit. Yo, shout out to that Baltimore Hardy. Hey man, I just want to say this. Hey Ness, damn, bro. Like I can't stop coughing. I gotta call back, bro. I can't. I'll
All
call
right.
back.
You the man, champ. Enjoy that shit. AC, actually, yeah, go ahead. AC, fuck. Who is this? Big Gucci Nick got a counterpunch. If AC don't connect, we going to Big Gucci. AC, you there? Not there? All right. Big Gucci, go for it.
What up?
Keep talking, cause you at first, we'll see.
Yes, sir, man. Yo, shout out TBV. Everybody smash that like and subscribe, man. First of all, I want to say it's going to be a great fight. Hopefully it gets made, man. First of all, man, Tim Boski don't know what the fuck he's talking about, man. Talking about he knows boxing. Man, he had no explanation about why Bud Crawford was a better counter puncher, man. No explanation. Dude thinks he knows boxing. He don't know shit. Man, but I got Canelo winning this one. Split decision. I do see knockdowns in this fight. I don't know who's gonna knock who down because Bud Crawford got that sneaky power, man. It's the punches that you don't see coming that put you down. But like I said, Canelo never been knocked down, man. He got a crazy chin. But these are two special fighters, man. This is the fight I want to see, man. Like, look, shout out to Canelo. He's gonna get a lot of hate for fighting the smaller dude. But look, when people look back at this 20 years from now, they're gonna want to make up fantasy fights like, yo, how would Bud Crawford fare against Canelo? Well, look, we got this fight happening right now, man. I still think Canelo's in his prime, and that's the best performance I've seen Bud Crawford, man. So let's see what happens, man. I'm glad we're having this spectacle, man. I'm glad this fight's being made. I know the Benavidez fans are mad, but look, it's now or never for this fight. These guys are getting older. Benavidez is really young. Canelo's still young, so that fight's gonna happen. Don't worry. Yeah. But yeah, I'll take this Bud Crawford fight all day, man. I can take my pay-per-view money for sure. But yeah, that's my call, Ness.
Is this fight happening for sure?
I mean, that's been the reports from ESPN Chaba, and no one denying it or refuting it or bringing up any other options or possibilities. I love it though. Like I wanted this. You didn't want this, I'm assuming.
No.
So
see
let me ask you this. It never crossed your mind like, man, they've sent multiple offers to Earl to fight Canelo at a catchweight of 164 for $50 million. If Bud beats him, you know what? I won't mind Bud jumping up there and doing it since we've all wanted Earl, right? Like, or because I feel like if people only considered Earl fighting Canelo and never considered Bud doing it.
I don't remember the Errol versus Canelo talks.
What?
And I guess,
Marco,
yeah, I
you
don't remember that.
stop.
And
There's
I didn't,
there's
but
like official offers that were sent.
you know why? Because if something like that comes up, I think I just throw it out of my brain because I'm like, he's too small. So I think that's what it was.
Wow.
You know, and also I'm surprised Canelo's entertaining this because it is a risky fight for him.
I mean, at first he wasn't. Let's be real, but it's starting to change, just like the Jake Paul thing. AC, talk to me.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, man, I wanted to call in on some of the recent shows, but I ain't really had time, man. But as far as it's a Canelo Bud Crawford shit, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. He really got no interest in this fight, man. And I feel like you dudes are on fucking crack with this shit, bro. Like, if I try to get into styles, man, but just a couple things that people been saying that is just like retarded to me, bro. Like, the dude keep bringing up like Ray Leonard and shit. Ray Leonard fought at 47, then he moved up to 54, then he moved up to 60, then he moved up to 68. He didn't jump from 47 to 68. The Donnie Lalonde fight was at 168. It was a catch weight for a 168 belt and a 175 belt. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody keep bringing up Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah,
Floyd Mayweather is one of the best
the
fighters of all time, one of, if not the best defensive fighters of all time. And it still took this man landing the most punches ever landed in a fight for him to tame Canelo. Like, dude, this motherfucker is a 147 fighter who started at 135. He is a little ass dude who was going to get his ass beat. Ain't no point in sacrificing the best American boxer right now in a size mismatch because motherfuckers is stupid. Like, that shit is way better fights for both them dudes to take. I really don't understand how people is acting like, oh, it's such a pick'em. It's really not no pick'em at all. That man Bud Crawford will get beat the fuck up. Like, y'all talk about Canelo defense, it's not the same Canelo. Look at his last 4 fights where people say he doesn't look the same. Every single one of them dudes got held to the lowest connect percentage than they ever have in their career. Bivol, the lowest connect percentage he's ever had against any opponent. Fucking Ryder, Jamal, all of them dudes, bro. So even while you saying, oh, he's not the same, the man defense is still holding these dudes to career lows, bro. The motherfucker is a small like, niggas really comparing Kavaliauskas and Earl Spence to Canelo Alvarez at 168, man. That shit is ridiculous, bro. I feel like you dudes is on crack, man. You motherfuckers is on drugs, and you need to snap into reality because this man is going to get his fucking ass beat. And then to make it worse, like most black fighters, they're going to discredit this man's whole entire career after he get his ass beat. Like, this shit is ridiculous, but I don't really understand it. But if y'all want to see that shit, man, fuck it, dude. Let Bud get his ass beat. I'm a Canelo fan. I wouldn't give no credit for that shit. I give more credit for fucking Jamal than I give for Bud, just because Jamal is an actual 160 fighter. But man, I don't know, bro. This shit sounds crazy to me. Like, dudes is high. Y'all sound like the people who thought Canelo could beat Usyk and shit like that a couple years ago. And I was one of the same people talking about, nah, Bivol is going to beat Canelo ass. It's weight divisions for a reason. Like, dude, it's less than 25. Like, the shit that Bud did against Earl Spence, that's average. It's over 100 fighters. It's hundreds of fighters who've won titles in 3 divisions. Niggas to win titles in 4 divisions and more is less than 20. And if you're counting dudes like Adrian Broner and shit like that who won JV, junior varsity, regular titles, it's 20 exactly. Like, that shit ain't finna happen, man. Niggas like Roberto Duran.
That was
Duran.
That was the bell, but I was gonna say Duran as well. Like, he moved up from 35 and for Leonard up there at 68.
Roy Jones.
You
Roy
know?
Jones.
Well, nah, I mean, that's different though, right? Because he started at 54 and moved up to heavyweight. But
he jumped from 75 to heavy. He jumped 2 divisions.
2 though, not 3, but still a heavy because that's a bigger poundage. We got counterpunch J-Mac. He ain't like AC's call.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Hey, shout out to Brandon Maurice. You gotta do a show. I know, like you doing with a girl already, protecting your mental health. You got guys who call in with their drug addiction habits, like AC. Clearly, he woke up in the mirror. He wanted to come out, and I'm working, so that's why I'm puffing. He wanted to call in and tell us all what he do for a living. He clearly bring up crack a lot, so maybe that was something he was raised with, something he was forced to take on. I don't know his day-to-day struggles, because when you can't talk straight boxing and you get in your feelings and start disrespecting another man because you disagree with opinion, it makes you a crackhead, it makes you delusional, everything you call that individual. Let me help Timboski out. Floyd Mayweather, Marquez, both was elite counterpunchers. Whether you agree or not. Marquez was elite at counterpunching. Floyd was elite at part of counterpunching. Floyd was better at counterpunching because guess what? Floyd had coordination, rhythm, and was more deceptive and had more ways to be effective with counterpunching. Marquez was very flat-footed, but still an elite counterpuncher. And Mayweather, when they fought, we saw what happened when Floyd came out of retirement. But Marquez still was an elite counterpuncher. Shout out to the Fort Pacquiao fight. We saw how he set it up. We walked Pacquiao. We thought Pacquiao died. Bud and Canelo, same dimensions. Same rhyme, same time, same flat feet, same ways, but more deceptive. Bud punch on angles, Bud step around, Bud can pull counter. I haven't seen Canelo pull counter that much because it takes coordination and rhythm, foot speed, and be able to move on your toes. So when you say both of them are elite counterpunchers, I'm not going to say Canelo's not an elite counterpuncher. What I would say is Bud is more gifted because he's more deceptive. He has more of a skill set behind how he's efficient with his counterpunch. He can punch on angles. Canelo don't step on angles. You know why he don't step on angles? Oh my! He got flat feet again. You gotta be able to get on your toes and move and be deceptive. So when we sit up here counterpunching, that's what I thought Tim Bosi was trying to say or trying to put out there. But I mean, maybe he didn't get enough time to say it. Knowledgeable caller, but I had the answer for it. Bud is the more and more. I think he's the all-around better fighter and an all-around better counterpuncher. And I broke it down. For his AC, bro, like with these dudes with these drug addiction, man, let's protect your mental health, brother. Some of these dudes are just crazy. They don't know how to stay on top. They got to disrespect somebody to get their point off. It's fucking weird out here. Shout out to him. I hope he get his crack addiction fixed.
Okay.
Can we all just get along, ladies and gentlemen? Can we all just get along? AC, you do got a counterpunch, my friend. So you've been invited to speak, courtesy of Supermax. Shout out to the community. Thank you for hitting that thumbs up if you haven't already done so. We about less than 100 away from unlocking that live chat, man. Go ahead and smash that thumbs up. And looks like the poll has been activated. Got a couple hundred votes already, right? What do we got here? 161 people done voted so far. And popular opinion is Canelo will score a knockdown and stop Crawford, 39%. Canelo will get a knockdown in the fight, 11%. Crawford will get a knockdown in the fight, 6%. Crawford will score a knockdown and stop Canelo, 13%. No knockdowns in this fight, 30%. That's pretty high. That's pretty high, the 30% no knockdowns. AC, you there? Yo. AC. Let's see. Trying you again. Here. AC. Yo, yo, yo. All right, let me try something else here. In the meantime, we're going to get to Jake Paul. What up?
Yo.
Yo.
Was you calling me?
Yeah, I went to you.
Oh, I thought you were saying AC. I'm like, who the hell
Well,
is
I
the AC?
was going to AC, but he didn't connect, so I said we're going to Jake Paul, which is you. We'll get to AC
Oh,
after
cool,
because he
cool,
wasn't
cool,
connecting.
cool. I bet. Man, what it do? So, yeah, I want to say this. Canelo, you know, he is a very good matchmaker for his opponents. Until he has to actually pick somebody a little difficult to run for somebody else that was a little more difficult in his division. Devil um, from David Benavidez, and he got caught up there daring to be great. But I don't understand why motherfuckers just can't allow Crawford enough room to dare to be great as a black African American man, whose whole career was people making it hard for him to be great, to get the fights he needed because he was on the other side of the street. But now he has his opportunity to reach the highest height, and that's to knock off the quote unquote face of boxing. But I say face of ducking in reality, and Canelo Alvarez. And I believe he can achieve that to the nth degree. This guy can go up there and show that his skills will outdo Canelo's power. And Bivol showed that. He didn't. He I believe he could have stopped Canelo, but Canelo, he was good at kind of. He has a chin, yes, but he's good at like can I say weathering the storm, so he won't be that embarrassed and knocked out by somebody who could possibly knock him out. But he probably has enough power just to back him up a little bit. But Crawford by decision for sure. He might not be able to KO him because if Canelo had that heart, like Earl, that's what I'm gonna compare it to that. If Earl or Canelo fights like Earl and he just relentless and he keeps coming forward, guarantee you fucking Crawford is gonna stop Canelo before the 11th round. That's what I'm gonna call it. Before the 11th round. But if he does it like he did Bivol, right? Back up to the ropes. Come forward. Come on, Bivol, come on. Guess what? He's gonna go to the decision. Facts. I guarantee you, it's gonna go to decision because that's why. Excuse me. Canelo didn't get knocked out. So that's my call. I appreciate the call and that's. But yeah, Crawford by decision.
Yo, let me ask you something.
What's up, partner?
Who you think could Tank move up from 35 and knock out Jermell Charlo?
Jermell? Oh man. I would say knock out. Ooh. I'll give that to Matthias.
No,
For sure. Oh, you said 135.
No.
135.
Tank.
135.
Can Tank specifically move up and knock out Jermell Charlo?
You know what? At first, I would have said no, but after Tank said what he said to Sean Porter on Twitter about that training camp, hell yeah, Tank got the skill to weather the storm in the 154 division because I think he walks around at 154.
But Sean is a 47-pounder.
That's not too far from 154. It's up the street, partner, around the corner. Come on, man.
Okay.
Come on.
Hey, I don't know. Hey, I'm
and,
trying.
And from what Jermell showed me at the Canelo fight, oh yeah, I'll give it a Tank. Tank got that thumper and he got that skill to confuse him.
So let me just say what you said out loud in case I don't know it ain't register. Canelo didn't stop Jermell, but was the first man to drop him, I believe. But you're saying Tank can move up from 35, jump 3 divisions, and knock out Jermell Charlo.
At this point of his career, yeah, I believe, yeah, where Jermell is at now, after Canelo did what he did to him, I think he could now.
No, I love it.
And Tank, in his prime, yeah, Tank's like 28, 29 right now. After seeing what he did to Ryan Garcia, I think Tank can handle that,
All right.
No rehydration clause either.
Wow. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. I just wanted to see, how deep it ran. But his delusion runs deep. I thought it was just a Crawford thing. That's why I picked the next best fighter at a lower division, moving up 3 division. A lot of us, maybe he's like me. Maybe you're like me, Jake Paul, where I like these fights. I just don't like them on pay-per-view. I wasn't mad at the Mikey fight. I was mad it was on pay-per-view with Earl because we know what's going to happen when a guy jumping up, fights the smaller man. So it's like, why are you making me pay for this shit? We knew that with Brooke. We knew that with Rigo. There's a lot of people we seen jump up and couldn't get it done. And, Canelo did do it, but there's a fraction of people that obviously discredit him for doing it because of who he did it to. So that was just me trying to see, how many people believe fighters could just jump up 3 divisions and get the knockout. Get the knockout. He stopped at Jermell. I thought he was going to say no, he can't stop Jermell. Then I was going to ask about, maybe some other fighters. There's not a lot of champions there now. It's pretty open. But there is a top 10. But yeah, man. Crawford is a superhero. Slick Nick, $2. Arm hooks. Chat was a reference arm hook chat was in reference to the video clip. Okay. Arm hooks, when you talking about Cav Velasquez. Exactly. Those weren't even Canelo like hooks, bro. Canelo specializes in left hooks to the head and body. We got Leo with $5. He says, first, we keep acting like Canelo wasn't the one at risk when he fought the greatest defensive fighter in modern day boxing at a catchweight. Nah, they forget the catchweight because, they just want to rub it in the Canelo laws. We got counterpunch from TDDT, counterpunch for J-Mac. He has to name 2 to 3 things Canelo does good. Leo, counterpunch as well. And then we got Bra745. Ness, ask these casual Bud superfans why they scared for him to fight Benavidez for a shot at Canelo. Yeah, I mean, they obviously say that he's too big. I mean, I've had these conversations. He's too big. He don't got the belts. Bud wants to do this for undisputed. And Canelo is a super fight. I mean, they're all legit reasons, man. All real legit reasons. So, J-Mac, your counterpunch first. Leo next. Then we got McLovin. J-Mac already has 5. This will be a 6-1 courtesy of, well, actually, this will be a 6-7 because he sent 10, so you got 2 here. So this 1, you got 1 left.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, he said name 3 things Canelo does well.
Yeah.
All right, Canelo got exceptional timing. Even though I critique his flat feet, he still was always very fast. But he throws his punches, so he got deceptive timing. I didn't heard some of the greatest trainers talk about that when they in the ring. When I heard Ronnie Shields, I didn't heard Virgil Hunter speak on that. And watching it, I know he's very deceptive. Let me see. What Canelo? Something else he does. He moves his head exceptionally well. Like for that upper torso movement, the way his upper torso now to connect with his feet as well for coordination, I still was very impressed how he moved his head. There was a point in time where in that Floyd fight, when he threw an uppercut, man, I said, man, goddamn, if Floyd Landed got caught that shit, I think that's the first time we just saw Floyd nighty night and knocked out cold. I don't know if you remember it. Me and O, we talk about it all the time on the back call. So he's very, for his upper torso and movement and head movement, I think it's exceptionally well. I think it's well. There's ways you can work against that. My third one, what does Canelo do well? I think Canelo, once he gets you and stalk you and get you in front of him, I think he's pretty good at picking his shots and putting shots, where it being on the ropes or he set you up in timing. I'll give you an example. Amir Khan, when Amir Khan was fighting him and beat when Amir Khan was on the fight, I had Amir Khan like edging out. Same thing he was doing with Danny. Same thing Prescott. All them fights until he get clipped. They had a time where Canelo threw something. I don't remember the punch because it was a while back. Canelo threw something, and I said, "Damn, he missed it." I said, "But Amir Khan stand in front of him again, he go get caught and get knocked the fuck out." And lo and behold, with the matter of seconds, it happened again. So that's actually pretty good timing. So I got placement, head movement, upper torso, and I think he got good hand speed. So I mean, but I still think there's things you can offset that with better fighters in there. I don't need. Do I need to go down that route too? Nah, I just keep it there. Keep him giving his props. I'll take my first counter punch. I'll keep my second one for later.
All right. We got. Whoa. Ronnie, Phoenix. Oh shit, Ronnie, hold on. You see how quick I forget about shit? So next counterpunch was Leo. My bad.
Hey, Ness, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk to that Jake Paul young man because I hate hearing that race baiting, that race politics, the feel bad for me, the holding me down because I'm black bullshit. First of all, the people that did not want to work with Bud were all black. He wanted to fight Earl. He wanted to fight Keith. Al Heyman didn't want to give him the fight. So let's stop that talk, man. Don't be a slave to that kind of thinking because that's what holds you back in life as a person. Because nobody's holding you back but you. Because Bud's the one to re-sign the contract, you know, where he didn't have to resign. And I was upset when he resigned, but he did it. So, man, I hate hearing that kind of talk, Ness, because that's just so stupid these days, man, because we have all these millionaires and every single icon in sports, 90, when I say 90% of the icons in sports are all black. LeBron James, Michael Jordan, Barry Bonds, Floyd Mayweather, Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, John Bones Jones, Daniel Cormier, Anderson Silva, who Trinidad, who I mean, all black. Everyone's black. I mean, I don't know. You need to leave that narrative at home if you're gonna come with an argument because that's the dumbest narrative and the dumbest hill to stand on. Because you need to be a strong person and learn how to bring yourself up and stop trying to make excuses up in life because you ain't off your ass trying to do what you need to do and you're gonna blame somebody else. That's all I got, Ness.
All right, brother. Appreciate you. Let's see what we got. Then the next counterpunch was from McLovin.
Yo.
What up?
Hey, good morning. The best show on the net, even on TV, man. Keep up the good work. I kind of like that comment of Canelo saying Terrence Crawford he only had like one good fight on the resume. Must have really, really, really got him annoyed and pissed off. I think that's what set it off. I know Crawford called out Canelo, but I think that was the match that lit it. Another thing is we live in the era where people watch superhero movies every weekend, and I think that's not gonna happen in boxing. There's weight classes for divisions. Weight classes for reasons. I think Canelo breaks this guy's face. There's no meat on that guy's bone that's gonna stop Canelo from throwing all that heat. It's gonna be a great fight for boxing though. It's gonna hit a milli easy. That's my call. God bless.
All right. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Of course. Thank you for the support on that counter. Up next, Tip Bellis. You. You on mute. AC counter.
You hear me?
I do.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on, man. My mic was tweaking or something, man. But yeah, man, listen, man. I don't got no hate for Bud Crawford, man. Homie is a good fighter, bro. Y'all people are just not being logical, man. Like, dude, Bud is not no master defensive boxer. He's a boxer puncher that gets hit every look at the dude competition. No disrespect to the man accomplishments, because the man got some legendary accomplishments. But y'all talking about look what he did to Julius Ndongo or Mean Machine or Earl Spence. Not even a prime Earl Spence, a dude coming off 2 car crashes and an eye surgery. Like I got hell respect for the win and what he did, but like, bro, it's 2 different levels, man. Like you can dude. Bud Crawford is not the strongest fighter that Canelo would have faced. He's not the best defensive fighter. He's not going to be the fastest fighter. He's not going to have the best footwork. He's not going to have the best defense. There's literally nothing that you can point out. All you can point out is Bud beating up a fucking welterweight. Essentially, what y'all saying is if Shakur Stevenson knocks out Tank Davis at 135, that means he can knock out Tim Tszyu at 154. Because Shakur's more skilled, isn't he? But like, man, y'all dudes just gotta understand boxing, bro. It's called reality, bro. These dudes are humans. Like, it's weight classes for a reason. Bud Crawford will get knocked out if he fights Canelo Alvarez. It's other fights that he should take, that both dudes should take, that are way better fights. Bud versus Boots, Bud versus Tio, Bud versus Jermell, Bud versus Tim Tszyu, Bud versus Spence at 54, Bud versus Mendoza or Ortiz, Canelo versus Benavidez, Canelo versus Morrell, Canelo versus Munguia, Canelo versus the Better Be a Beef All winner. All those are better fights. All those are more realistic fights. Like, dude, ain't nobody hating on Bud Crawford, but if the man get his ass beat, let him get beat up in an actual fair fight, not no damn size mismatch with a fucking junior super middleweight. That's fucking retarded, man. But yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got it.
All right, AC. Appreciate the call. Counterpunch courtesy of Supermax. We got a brand new caller. And what is this? Dallas? Houston? Who's this?
This is Houston.
832. Who's this? 90. What's your name? What's your name, brother?
Anthony.
Anthony, talk to us. Take it away.
Hey, I like that last caller I called in. I like his takes. But been listening to the show for a while, right? Of course, first time calling in. But as far as Crawford going up in weight, who is it that you're comparing him to? Duran, right?
Oh, I did not compare him to Duran. That
Or
when I did that,
your
that was
co-host, right? Or who was it?
no one. I brought
Oh,
up
okay.
Duran because someone tried to compare Crawford to 147 Leonard. I said the proper comparison would be the 35-pounder in Duran.
Well, I was gonna say, back when Canelo was fighting Triple G and moving up in weight,
Mm-hmm.
over the years I started looking at it, right? Canelo is basically a bigger, thicker Duran if you look at it. Power's moved up, slick defense, shorter stature. I mean, I think Crawford moving up in weight, that's a tough challenge. I mean, I think a lot of people aren't giving Canelo his props. And if you look at the punch Crawford has been hit with, it's the over right hand. Hank Lundy's landed that. Got Velasquez. Even Ebenezer early in the fight. I mean, and that's one of Canelo's best punches. What are your thoughts on that?
No, bro, I've been telling these dudes. Canelo got highlight reels with the overhand right on Miguel Cotto. Like, on Gennady Golovkin. His overhand right knocked out Kovalev with one punch. And listen, this isn't even about win or losses. This is about who you think gets a knockdown.
Oh, I think the onus is on Canelo to stop Crawford, honestly. I love Crawford. I thought he would easily beat Spence, and he did. But, I mean, being realistic, though, I mean, Crawford does have deficiencies. I mean, he's not an unbeatable fighter. And as far as Crawford's jab, I mean, Canelo's fought great jabbers. I mean, Cotto, Golovkin, Kovalev, Lara, Bivol. I mean, who's to say Crawford has the best jab he's fought or is the best jabber?
I'm with
That's
you,
what I'm saying.
I'm with you.
Canelo's learned to take away certain tools, and honestly, this is going to be the best boxer, the best puncher, the best counterpuncher that Crawford's going to face all in one. That's a tough task.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I think I know where your money will be at.
I don't know. Hopefully, I have.
Depending if the odds are really even. I mean,
Hopefully, I have the pleasure of being in Vegas when the camp actually starts. Because Crawford, he's already been sparring 68 pounders. They aren't 68 when he's sparring them, right? No one weighs what they weigh on a day they spar. So
no, I agree, but I mean, there's also rumors of Canelo sparring Frank Sanchez too, or and doing pretty decent.
no, for sure,
I mean,
for sure.
yeah, I think people underestimate his strength too. And as far as wrestling, I'm pretty sure Golovkin can wrestle too, so he's strong. I mean, Canelo's pretty strong, man. People need to start respecting that.
Yes, sir. Listen, thank you for the call. If you guys are watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up. If you're watching this and it's not today, it's all right. You can still hit the thumbs up. You know what I'm saying? It's absolutely free to do. We're going back to Tip Bellis, trying you again.
Yo.
You.
Yeah, man. I just want to shout out to all the delusion that's going on in the world today. It's a lot of it. It's a lot of it. And I want to give a shout out to Turkey Al-Sheikh too, man. You know what I'm saying? Got a shout out to His Excellency. Hopefully in the next 2 weeks he'll have a podium. Eddie Hearn couldn't do that. Yeah, man. Bud. What I say?
What you mean? I mean, only word I even heard was podium, and you said shout out to His Excellency.
Yeah, shout out to His Excellency Turkey Al-Sheikh, and hopefully he'll have a podium. There was a lot of talks about podiums not being at press conferences, and I just happened to watch the Conor Ben versus Peter Dobson one. And all they had was stools. I don't know.
My bro, did you see the motherfucking podium that your boys broke out?
Hey, man, did they have a podium? Yes or no, Ness?
Bro, why even bring that up, bro? Come on, man. That shit was embarrassing, honestly, bro.
Listen.
Making me screen share. I don't know. I guess you were undercover PBC troll because you making me show the world for a second time on a separate show that had nothing to do with Thurman and Zoo. You making me screen share the poor, horrible podium that Al Heyman found in a dumpster somewhere and drug it. He drug it to this press conference. That's why it's all scratched, like my daughter's chalkboard.
I'd rather have a podium than
Where's the poster? Right? It's supposed to be a poster on the fucking podium covering all that shit up.
Shit.
Why even bring this up, bro? Why even bring this up? You shitting on them.
Because there was word that Conor Ben, you know what I'm saying, is a big time fighter. And, his press conference ain't got a podium.
My bro, I'm about to screen share the press conference and we gonna show the differences between that podium and what Matchroom did. You terrible, bro. You supposed to be a Keith fan. This ain't right what you're doing.
I'm getting there. Don't worry, I'm getting there.
So somehow this looks bad, or excuse me, this looks worse than Keith's podium. This y'all. This looks bad because he called them stools, but from what I see, they high chairs. Because they got a back. Can't be a stool if you got a back. So you a hater, champ.
I guess, man. But look, I hear a lot of talk about fantasy fights going on, Canelo and Bud. Y'all probably won't get to see that after March 30th because, the narrative going to change. But, since we talking fantasy, I think Bud does have he has a good chance of beating Canelo, man. I mean, if you look at Canelo, it's simple, man. He's a simple, basic boxer. You know what I'm saying? Honestly speaking, bro, like Canelo's very simple. It's jab, overhand, right? You know what I'm saying? Mix up an uppercut. You know what I'm saying? Body shot. He throws basic combinations. You know what I'm saying? It's just a matter of if Terrence Crawford can take that power. You know what I'm saying? Uh, I think Bud, you know what I'm saying, in that fight, he'll have to stick and move. He has a good jab. So, you know what I'm saying, his jab would be able to keep Canelo off him. You know, he can't stand in front of him for a whole 12 rounds. That's just a bad idea. But yeah, I mean, that's really it for the most part. I mean, all that other shit they talking about, knockdowns and all that. I mean, listen, bro. Do y'all see Bud going up to 68, knocking down a Benavidez or any other natural 168 pounder? No. So why do you think he gonna knock down Canelo? Let's be serious, bro. When a man done been in there with natural light heavyweights and middleweights, like, oh man, I tell you, bro, like these boxing fans, man. But listen, March 30th, you know what I'm saying? It's the narrative change. You know, they don't think a man that is moving up one weight class could be the dude. You know what I'm saying? That's a weight class above him, but they think a dude that's at coming up 3 weight classes is gonna cook a dude at 68. You know, but I'm gonna just play into the delusion of these fans. You know, I got to. But all right, that's
All right, champ. All right. We got Nike Hendricks.
Yo, you can hear me?
Yup.
Yeah. Shout out to the boxing voice. Hey man, I just want to say, people stop crying, man. If it's best, fight the best. Undisputed versus undisputed. It ain't our fault Charlo blew it. It's Charlo fault. Canelo brought the fight. He didn't. Hey, it's a real undisputed versus undisputed. Can't blame Canelo. One Charlo on the pound for pound list. He fought the best. Plain and simple, man. That's my call.
Damn. Short and sweet. Short and sweet. We got Boxing Patron. While we wait for these guys to connect, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. Let's see what happened with Patron. No connection, champ. Here we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, let me turn this lift off. Hey, Ness,
Yes,
have
sir.
you ever seen a boxer that's so plain that just throws a body shot, a jab, is basic, slow feet, lasts for so long as Canelo's done?
Nah, man. Basic dudes usually don't last. Basic dudes usually see fighters, journeymen, not multiple division champs.
Dude, this is the weirdest shit I've ever heard in my life, man, in boxing. We talk about boxing. And this is what frustrates me about some of these calls, man, because these are all smart dudes, bro. These are all boxing fans, and I hear them all talking. Then a lot of them, they know their shit, dude. They know it good. But the hate they have for the dude, or just the weirdness they have for the dude, it turns them into fucking casuals. He's a basic fighter that just throws that a 1-2 and a body shot, and the feet is slow, and he's not. I mean, what the fuck good does he do? We should just ask him that. What does he do good? How has he lasted this long? How did he beat Cotto? How did he beat Triple G? How did he beat Laura? How did he beat Billy Joe, dude? How did he beat? I mean, dude, the list goes on, dude. So I just don't understand it. It's fucking crazy. It's weird, man. It's just weird. Like, where does this come from? Like, he's not a basic fighter. Everybody who gets in the ring with him says that shit. They're like, dude, the head movement. He was hard to hit clean. He was confusing. He set you up for traps. No. But these guys know that he's just a big fighter, basic fighter. 3-division champ, undisputed. He's basic. He's not, he's okay. He's not that. I'm like, bro, it's just weird, man. That just frustrates me the most with these dudes. Like, I mean, fuck, dude. It's just weird, man. It really is. I'm like, dude, don't don't let your hate or your bias for the dude, you know,
Champ, that's
take
the
away your
bell.
boxing knowledge that bad.
That's
I'm
the
sorry, go ahead.
no, that's the bell. That's the bell. I know it's hard to
Okay,
hear.
yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, there you go. Sorry, sometimes I can't really hear you talking, so when you talk, I'm not trying to interrupt you. You know what I mean? It's just that it's hard to hear it from my end. But all right, Ness, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
You got it.
Haters, haters, haters.
You know how it be, man. It's crazy. We only want to give one undisputed guy credit. I love it though. I love it. I love it. We got my mans in them throw the brick.
Yo, what up, Ness?
What up? Good morning.
Good morning, brother. Good morning. Uh, so look, the narrative out there
Shit.
that
I know you're gonna hate this. I'll be right back. Don't let me forget. Just mute yourself this way. If I forget, you be like, yo, you forgot me. But I got a
no, go ahead.
king counter. You know, we gotta respect these guys, man. King counter
No,
tech
you
tech.
good?
Go for it. But remember, just mute yourself and come on back once he's done. Danny left me alone, man. I'm all alone doing this shit. Gotta
What's up, Ness? Can you hear me, bro?
straight.
What's happening, man? Let me ask you a question, bro. What Canelo do in his free time?
Golf.
He golf, right?
Vacation. He be on that big old yacht he got.
From my understanding, when a bitch talk about a superhero, all Bud do is he on the basketball court, he on the football field. So if any small nigga can move up and give Canelo a challenge, it's Bud, I think. You feel me? But I ain't hating on Canelo. Canelo is a great fighter. You see what I'm saying? It just seemed like he done lost a little bit of that determination to stay on top, which is understandable, bro. You getting older. You feel me? You enjoying the fruits of your labor. You in silk pajamas every day. You can't go through a training camp without kissing your wife. I get it, bro. You get money. You living your best life. You feel me? But the last caller that said what bro said, he said, how many basic fighters, you know, gonna stay in the game that long? How long was Spence in the game? Because we all agree he was pretty basic, right?
I
Or am I
can't.
tripping?
Yeah, you tripping. I can't ever call a three-time a three like he had three belts. How you basic three belts? And how you basic
Listen,
when you showed the world you wasn't basic, right? They said all you was a weight bully. So when you fought Mikey, you outboxed him. You threw over 1,000 jabs, was it? Or do I got that stat wrong? But then,
so
then,
so
then
so
you
so let
fought.
me kind of left hook that.
Okay.
You don't think he was just being moved correctly?
I mean, what?
Everybody don't got the same trajectory now.
I mean, was the
Some niggas
Mikey fight?
they gotta go through them wars to get where they going. And some niggas look at Lomachenko.
So let me ask you something. You don't think,
Lomachenko he got a title shot on his second fight. That ain't being moved correctly.
bruh, but you don't know what
Let
that's
me, let me
based off. That's based,
nah.
my man. That's based off his amateur background. His third fight. Did you see who his third fight was?
Who was his third fight? Refresh me.
Gary Russell Jr. He wasn't being moved
And
correctly. He liked that. He liked that. When you like that, you run straight to the fire.
but he wasn't like because his first title shot he lost.
My bro, he lost because he fought versus. Do you know who Orlando Salido is?
Nessler in my Tim Boski voice. Listen, bro. The only thing I'm saying is
I mean,
he got though. Hold on. The only thing I'm saying is he got those shots above other fighters that was more deserving of it. That's all I'm saying. Cause you in a good way with these people, like you standing in a great light.
so listen.
You feel me? Cause your amateur background don't got nothing to do with your professional career.
So
How
listen.
many niggas have a good amateur background,
Listen.
get to
That's
the
not.
pros and get their ass whooped?
That's partially true. What you trying to uh have come off. Yeah, he got some help from his promoter for his positioning, but it was solely based off his accolades, my dude. He like a 2-time gold medalist. What is we talking about? You know what I'm saying? He had a similar trajectory to Rigo, Guillermo Rigondeaux, except he did it faster. And that's because he had the machine. Rigo was a defecting fighter signing to multiple promoters to get where he was going. Vasyl Lomachenko is marketable. He brings in big sponsors, and he had the talent. You have to know who Orlando Salido is and what he's done. Bro, go watch his fight with Mikey. Tell me what you think about that. Like, I'm the only
Give me a little bit of
one that
homework, bro. I'm gonna go watch that fight.
yeah,
You feel me?
specifically go watch Mikey and Salido and then be like, damn, Ness, you might be right. Mikey took the easy way out. Him and his team. He got a cut in that fight, and I know it was something where Robert Garcia was like, nah, go to the scorecards.
Listen,
That fight was
I don't
tough.
think it's a bad thing when you call somebody basic. You
Man,
feel me?
you can't be basic with 3 world titles, player. I'm not going to let that shit fly. Basic is the motherfucker that don't win a world title. Because that's basic and average is the same thing.
You know what? You right.
Above
I ain't
average
gonna
when
say basic.
above
You just
average
got
when
really
you
good
winning a
fundamentals.
you above
And
average when you winning a
if you're
world
not
title.
doing offensive shit, people might look at it as basic. They called it basic. I'm just saying what the caller's been saying, bro. So, take all mistakes for love. You feel me?
Bro, I was just ringing your bell for your second one. All that shit I said, that wasn't on your clock. FYI.
Oh, appreciate you, bro. So no, I feel like it's a good fight, but the only thing I want to get to come across was I see this guy playing bigger dudes, he always active. So if anybody could do it, bro, I say Bud can. So I already got 2 stacks on him right
Damn.
now. So I'm just waiting on the fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I am gonna tune in to the betting show because I might have to, sauce some shit up. But appreciate the time, bro.
For sure. Man, I'm just shocked. This is a big ass fight. I told y'all, man. I knew it. There's no way you could walk away from this much money. And I mean, like, this was a pay-per-view that, wasn't on the cards for him when he considered Canelo. We all thought it was Benavidez. Now he gets to slide in another little $20 million gate, couple another 100,000 pay-per-views, and then dangle that fight like, hey, man, it looks like the Mexican public wants you to fight Benavidez. We got him over here. That boy Al Heyman don't be playing, man. That man is smart. Throw the brick is on you.
Yeah, nuts. So I think Bud got a good chance of beating Canelo. From basic though, you can't call Canelo basic. Like maybe pre-Floyd, he was basic, but after Floyd, he developed a lot more to his game. So he's far from basic. Like, and you can't do what he did in the sport and be basic. I think Bud got a good shot just off his boxing skills. It's all come down, can he take Canelo power? Because Canelo definitely going to load up and see if he can take it. I think that's what Charlo thought. Charlo thought that he can take Canelo power. Once he felt that shit, he was like, nah, like he was on his bicycle from the rest of the fight. Like, so it's like, and I know Bud, he got that ego with him. Like he gonna try it. Like he gonna try to fight fire with fire. But it's gonna be a tough one. It's gonna be super tough for Bud to beat Canelo. Like, because the way he fight, he'll take a punch and block it or parry it and then return fire. But if it's too strong for him, it's like, how you gonna return fire like you did with Earl Spence? You feel what I'm saying? Earl Spence don't punch as hard as Canelo, so it won't be the same thing. And look, we got to stop comparing the Floyd Mayweather fight and Bud. But you can't compare the two. Like, it's two different fighters. Like, Bud don't fight like Floyd. So the fight ain't going to look like Floyd fight. You know what I'm saying? So we got to get that out of there. That ain't going to happen. Look, This the only thing I don't like about the fight. So Canelo had a 3-fight deal with the PBC, right? And he hasn't yet for a 168 pounder through this whole deal. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that he's fighting, that they saying he's going to fight, is moving up in weight. So he ain't fighting no 168 pounders. That's the only thing I don't like about it. I think one of them should at least been a 168 pounder. And the fact that they're both holding up two divisions, like Canelo's holding up the 168 division because he got all the straps, and Bud's holding up the 147 division because he got all those straps. So it's like, I just really want to see everybody just fight their division, stay in their division, fight who's on their list. Like, stop trying to jump divisions all over the place because it's making boxing scramble. You know what I mean? That's the only thing I don't like about it. The fight is a good fight. I definitely going to pay for it. Can't wait to see it if it's going to happen. But I would prefer everybody to stay in their division and fight their competition that's there. You know what I mean?
All right.
And that's my call.
Appreciate you. Throw the brick. Thanks for calling in. Looks like we got a brand new caller in the 704. Who's this? Where you calling from?
This is Bayardo.
Bayardo. Damn, I feel like you called in before.
I called in before, son.
Well, I don't have your shit written down. New number or I just forgot?
Yeah, it's a new number, man.
Oh. Talk to us. North
But
Carolina?
North Carolina, Charlotte.
All right.
But let me ask you something. Didn't Mayweather almost knock out fucking Canelo, man?
What?
Wasn't he close?
I don't remember that.
Wasn't he close to knocking him out?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that?
No.
Did we watch the same fight, son?
Yeah, I don't know. Show me what round, because I'm sure I could Google
that
it.
That motherfucker was dazed. He was dazed. You don't think Canelo was dazed?
Let's say he was. That's a long time ago.
No, let's not say he was. Did you watch the fight? Did you not watch the fight?
I mean, bro, you know how long ago that fight was? Like, who sits around here watching fucking Mayweather Canelo over and over?
I'm saying that motherfucker was dazed. He almost knocked him out.
I don't remember that. I don't remember that. But I'm actually gonna go ahead and see how true it is and put Mayweather, Canelo, dazed.
Yeah, he dazed his fucking ass, man. Little Mayweather dazed his fucking ass. Anyway, bro, how tall is Canelo, bro?
5'8".
How tall is Crawford?
I think 5'10", right? Or 5'8". Same shit. Let me double check. I got it pulled up. Crawford is 5'8".
What's their reach?
Crawford has 3.5 inches longer than Canelo.
So what does that tell you?
That it tells me absolutely nothing. Canelo's been in there with the best jabbers in the business.
He got that reach.
My bro, listen to me. Listen to what I said. Canelo has been in with the best jabbers in the business, and only one of them was able to actually get a win. He fought Gennady, great jab. Mayweather, great jab. Jermell Charlo, exceptional jab. You understand? Bivol, great jab. Like, the list goes on and on. You guys are like dreaming and forgetting all that he's done, bro. Trippy.
No. Canelo's the shit, bro. Don't get it twisted. Canelo's the fucking shit. But he's on a downslide right now. You understand? Like, he's been through too much,
bro.
He's been through too much.
I ain't never seen nobody downslide and beat the fuck out of people.
Bebo beat the shit out of him.
How many? Yeah, and a division up. In a division up. In a division up. How many people in this game even moving up? Look at who Charlo moved up to fight. David Bennett Jr., Jose Benavidez Jr.
Who's better than Crawford?
What do you mean?
Who's better than Crawford? Crawford's the best.
In the world?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so that means that he transcends weights then, because he's a superhero, like you guys think.
No, I'm not saying he's a superhero. I'm saying skills pays the bills, son.
It's still 3 divisions. I mean, it's funny. That's the bell. But it's funny how all y'all forget the most famous phrase of weight classes for a reason when it's Crawford. I love it, though. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I really do. It's amazing to see how big his fandom has come since the Earl win, bro. Crazy. Um, Salute to Stainless. Let's see who he's gonna be giving that boomerang to this month. This is February. Who gets it this time, Stainless? Does Alex still have it, or did you give it to someone else? We going out to. Let me see here. We got Adrian. What up? Adrián.
Néstor, ¿cómo estás, Néstor?
¿Todo bien?
Qué bueno, qué bueno. Me estoy riendo mucho con el show de hoy.
Me alegro.
Hey, man. Man, we should be happy. This is a fantasy fight. This is a fantasy fight. And we're getting it for real. You know? We're getting undisputed against an undisputed fighter. At the beginning, I really thought that people didn't want to see this fight. And now I can see the buzz that it has. Definitely, a lot of people has an opinion on it, and a lot of people want to see it. I think, I respect the callers that call in and give a breakdown, because just some people, some callers are just saying, Crawford's gonna beat Canelo, and they are not explaining why. So they seem to, if you listen to them, they seem delusional. But if you actually give me a breakdown, I can understand it. Crawford is the number one pound for pound, and he definitely has a set of skills that he can make possible him beating Canelo. Maybe. But here's the thing: he's going up 3 weight classes, and he's fighting Canelo. That's the main issue. If he were fighting Trevor McCombie, shout out to Provox, that would be different, because he's going up to 168 to fight the top guy, a guy that has many skills and a lot of power, and is battle tested, is proven, and I think people is really underestimating Canelo right now. So yeah, how many knockdowns? Probably only one, and it's gonna be a TKO. And yet, closer to the fight, I'm gonna try to give a proper breakdown. But right now, yeah, I can tell you that Canelo will stop Crawford. That is my opinion. I respect everybody's opinion. Everybody has one. But yeah, and the video about the promo for the Fury and Usyk is really good. They even hired Arthur from Peaky Blinders. I don't know if you know who that is. He's an actor. So I can tell that they are trying to get to a lot of different people from all over the world. So they're doing it right. So yeah, props to them. Props to Turkey Al-Sheikh. And yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see. First, we're gonna have a fight from Canelo. So that is gonna give us.
All right. I'm watching these Canelo highlights with Mayweather. I haven't run across that knockout days moment. Not just yet, buddy. Not just yet. Counterpunch, J-Mac.
Yo, Ness, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Box Rec have Crawford at what, 5'8"? Right?
What are you saying?
Box Rec have Crawford at 5'8"?
Oh, yes, Crawford at 5'8" on BoxRec.
All right. Box Recs also have Tim Zoo at 5'8". How tall is Keith Thurman? 5'8", right?
I don't know, but yesterday I screen shared the face off. Thurman looks bigger than Zoo. Did we lose you? Looks like we did.
Yo, I don't know what happened right there. Shit, my shit just hung up. Nah, my point I'm making, Tim Zoo, we can see Tim Zoo is clearly taller than Keith Thurman. I think BoxRec recall heights, and I don't think it get updated as these guys continue growing. But Bud is taller than Mayweather, and Mayweather is a little taller than Canelo, so they're not the same height. I don't know what Bud is. He look like more like 5'9" and a half, a little shorter than Errol. Errol about 5'9", close to 5'10". I don't know. But I know he's taller than Canelo with the longer arms, just to, so for people to fully understand. For as the Mayweather comparison in a fight, I have never said Crawford is Mayweather. I think he's of the same talent and of that same cloth. When people comparing and say Mayweather, sometimes they don't give the breakdown. He may not fight like Mayweather, but he got the same disciplines and he got the same uh focus to what they do and how they do it. He's not defensively sound. He's more offensively aggressive, but he's still a elite counter puncher that depends on movement, angles, and stepping around. Similar things that Mayweather did. Mayweather was just more defensive and I would say sharper with his counter punching, but not as offensive as Crawford. I can say that's probably why I can say Floyd brittle hands is the reason why he stopped knocking dudes out and turned to Money May. Or I can just say he just been a defensive fighter and grew up into that type of fighter due to his hands being brittle. Crawford has never had brittle hands, has always seemed to be a bigger puncher, and has always all had more of a offensive kill about him to where they approach. So when we make the comparisons, don't get too caught up into the styles. And I think that's just the low understanding for is what people do and say, yeah, like Floyd, like Floyd. No, when I'm saying like Floyd, he's a disciplined fighter like Floyd. He takes care of his body like Floyd. And when they fight and dominate fights, the proof is in the pudding. All you can do is start attacking resumes, but it still don't change the fact that he dominated his opposition he was in there with. When you say B-ball, and I made the comparison to B-ball still have some work to do to definitely stamp his greatness, but he's definitely a disciplined fighter that depends on rhythm and counterpunching. Floyd, counterpunching and boxing.
That's the
Bud,
bell, champ.
all right.
I mean, I don't understand y'all. Y'all get mad if I don't tell you it's the bell. Because I feel like you specifically got mad yesterday that I ain't tell you it's the bell. Now I tell you, you still get mad. I don't get y'all, bro. Brandon, what is up? No Brandon, no Brandon. Alex, what is up?
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Right, yeah, good morning to the whole community. Man, what a great topic. I mean, seriously. Canelo versus Crawford knockdown. I mean, obviously it's going to be Canelo that's knocked down. Terrence Bud Crawford can do no wrong. I've never seen him miss, a punch. Every punch he lands earns him a knockdown. Canelo Alvarez is slow, can't move in the ring, can't counter punch. That was the best thing I fucking heard all day. He's old. Shit, I mean, from what I'm hearing, he's older, he's slower, he's not as skilled. Fuck everything we've seen over the last 15 years from him. He has no chance in this fight. Terrence Bud Crawford is the greatest thing since life began. Okay, there is no chance in hell that when this fight happens, Canelo lands a punch and Crawford misses a punch. So spend your $85 to watch this fight because you're going to see a one-punch destruction when it comes to the fight actually happening. I mean, this shit is just fucking ridiculous. Listen, this fight shouldn't be happening this year, all right? Like, we already got to hear these bullshit-ass rumors of Jamal Charlo and Canelo, then going with Bud, when everybody knows it. Listen, I am not a David Benavidez fan at all, but the man has proved his worth. They said, you need to fight guys. The man fought Caleb Plant, beat the shit out of him for 12 rounds. The man fought Demetrius Andrade, who a lot of people in this specific community called this man a fucking boogeyman, and he punched the boogers out of him. knocked him out, finished him, made the man quit on his fucking stool. It's like, yo, why aren't we upset? Why is it okay that we're talking about Bud Crawford and we're just brushing over the fucking Jamal Charlo shit? Like, this is fucking ridiculous. Listen, if the fight happens, if you really want to talk about it, Bud Crawford has never looked better than he has, all right, against Errol Spence. Hopefully he gets a fight in between if they actually do fight Canelo. Canelo, you said it. He has been kind of beating the shit out of his opponents, but you notice the trigger isn't as quite as fast as it was, right? He has to fight one in a specific style to keep on dominating. Before, he was able to counterpunch a little more, you know what I'm saying, able to create more, work off his upper body movement. We didn't really see that in the John Ryder fight. Charlo was out there just on his bike, so we didn't really get to see that much as well. Canelo is on the descent, but Crawford is older. Like you said, no one's really mentioned it. Even when we talked last night, he's approaching 38 years old. Not everyone can be an Artur Beterbiev, but what does he have in common with Beterbiev? Clean lifestyle, lives boxing.
That is the bell.
I appreciate you.
Brandon, what up? No, Brandon. We going to Will.
Yo, Ness.
We hear you.
My bad, brother. Had to get some shit adjusted. That was a pretty entertaining call from Alex. I agree with some of his points, but I don't agree. I think some of the reasons why this fight is being talked about because it has all the fixings of a big fight. You got an underdog story. Everybody loves the underdog. A guy coming up 3 weight classes to challenge the face of boxing. That can sell. You have 2 popular fighters coming off great performances and great, pay-per-view events. So it's got all the makings for a big fight. You got black versus Mexican. You got, slick black fighter versus Mexican pressure fighter who's calculated and, savvy in the ring. So, I agree. I'm not counting Canelo out. I'm a Bud fan that understands he's fighting an upward battle in this. If he can pull this off, he's, like I said, top 5 all time, possibly top 3 for me. So I'm not going to sit here and act like Canelo has no shot. I see the things Bud does well in this that can get him to win. And I also see the things that Canelo does well that can get him to win in this fight. It ain't just like Bud is, he is a water walker. He is the water walker. But in this fight, he's going to face some adversity. He ain't going to run through him like he ran through Earl and everybody else. I'm not that delusional. All I'm going to say is, as far as what I've been saying lately, giving us what we want, don't give us shit we ain't asked for. We've been talking about Bud and Canelo since it's been announced, even though Jamel was pegged to be the first fight on the last 2 fights. Ain't nobody talked about Jamel having a fucking shot. Ain't nobody called in excited for Jamal. Ain't nobody called in saying, they looking forward to that fight. This is just a PSA to the big wigs and the people who run shit. If you can, change that. We don't want that shit. Give us Bud in May, David at the end of the year. Get Jamal Charlo the fuck out of there. We don't want it. Nobody's talking about it. We've been talking about Bud and how we wish it was David. Nobody's excited for Jamal. So, yeah, if you're listening, PBC, don't keep doing the same shit you've been doing, paying us, making us pay for shit we ain't asked for. Give us Bud next, and the winner of that face David in September. That's my call. We don't want Jamal. That's garbage. But shout out to Bud and shout out to Canelo.
You know you fucking capping talking about the winner of that face David. Like if Bud win, you want him to. Y'all was scared to death when I said Bud should fight David. Now you talking about the winner of that. Man,
If he beat Canelo and proves that he's earned his medal at 168, why not?
Y'all gonna let him retire. And your excuse gonna be he said he only want to be undisputed, Ness. You know that's the only reason doing it. You know he only fought him because they the same way. They look the same size. Come on, don't lie, man. He ain't going to keep defending that shit. Y'all got to knock these. Y'all Bud fans go off the cliff. Will, what up?
What's up? Will here from the UK. Bruv, some of these boxing fans is mad delusional. Like the disrespect they're showing towards Canelo is ridiculous. How is a basic fighter going up 3 weight classes, becoming undisputed, going up to 175? Like that's not a basic fighter. Like his fundamentals are there. Like he's clearly proved that he has different styles. Yes, maybe at this stage of his career, he's probably shown one particular style, but he's not a basic fighter. And to answer the question, I think honestly the fight's a lot closer than people think. I have it 60-40 to Crawford just because people are forgetting Crawford is a big guy. Like he naturally walks around, what is it, like 180, 185? And also he's pretty much similar height and probably has longer arms than Canelo, which I think is a huge threat. Before anyone's wondering, I'm actually a big Canelo fan, and I think as a Canelo fan that Crawford is actually a bigger threat than Benavidez, to be honest with you. I feel that Crawford's counterpunching ability and his quickness is what's going to win him the fight. Like, I think Crawford's IQ and his timing is impeccable. I can't think of anyone right now in boxing that has better timing and punch selection within a second of the moment than Crawford. The only person I'd say other than Crawford is probably Inoue. But yeah, I think it's a 60-40 fight in Crawford's favor. I just feel that Canelo, the way he's fighting now, he's fighting the one style, just trying to throw the big right handle, just loading up on big shots. And I feel that if Crawford can sustain the durability and take those shots, he can counter him. But if he can't take them shots, I can't see Crawford winning the fight. But yeah, that's my call.
All right, champ. Appreciate you. Let's see who is next here. We got Coles. What up?
¿Qué onda, Nes? ¿Me
What
escuchas, güey?
up?
¿Qué onda, Nes? Hey, bro, creo que tus callers, güey, están borrachos, creo. I still stand on my word, bro. Yeah, like, Bud, he's a good fighter. Along my, no trolling to them, no bias. He's a good fighter. Like, Canelo versus Bud could be remembered as pound for pound remembered when that was the title when Oscar fought Whitaker, I believe. Um, But yeah, this topic is getting interesting now. Like, it's actually grabbing my attention. Like, no, I'm not thinking it twice about it. I still think Canelo's just gonna because once Bud feels the power, man, I don't know if Bud could take it. Like, if Bud is actually going to 168, I would like to see him get a fight at 160 to see how his body is, or 168. A fight for Bud at 168. I would like to see him against like a Jaime Munguia. I think Jaime Munguia would be good for Bud at 168 to see how Bud's body like will react, or like how his body will feel. But Canelo, man, he's still. I'm no fan of him, but like you can't deny, man. The man, he is good. He has skill. He has power. Yeah, he does load up on his shots. But like, how's Bud gonna like? We don't even know how Bud is gonna like react once he feels Canelo's power, man. But it's a good topic now. I'm definitely have to go watch more Bud's fights again. But I still pick Canelo to win the fight. If the fight happens in May, and then if we get David in September, I'll be happy because nobody's trying to watch Jamal Charlo right now. Like, Jamal should be facing Caleb Plant. He should be facing Caleb Plant, not fucking Canelo right now, because I think Canelo right now, he will beat the living Don Julio out of him. But yeah, man, that. I just wanted to say this really quick, but yeah, I'll let other people call in, and yeah, Ness, that's all about.
All right. $5 cash app super chat from Jonathan Sims. He says, Maul is a decent fight, before Bud. Canelo versus David is for deal 2. David is leverage for the new deal. Please stop mentioning David. It's not happening. I hear you, champ. Counterpunch, J-Mac, courtesy of Jonathan Sims. When you're available, we going out to Tip Bellis. Trying you for like a third time here.
Yo.
Whoa. You made
I'm
it.
back again, man. I'm back again. Listen, I keep telling you, there's a lot of delusion going on in today's world, man. Ness, did I not call in last week and they ridiculed me for saying, yeah, like Maul the best fighter at 68. I said that, right? You know what I'm saying? You know,
Yeah, they
because
was laughing
the
at
way
you
I look,
yesterday on the back call. You wasn't there. They
I get
actually
it, I get
clipped
it.
the recording of you saying it and they was playing it.
Hey, listen, man, I just know what I see. And, you know, Maul is the type of fighter to beat a basic fighter. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if Canelo wasn't so basic, then it wouldn't have took another basic fighter to beat him if he was that special. You know, like Dimitri Bivol. You know, Floyd was even doing basic shit. Like if you watch the fight, all Floyd was doing was jabbing his ass and stepping back, stepping out of range. Jab to the body, step out of range. Jab up top, step out of range. And you know, maybe occasionally he'll throw the over you know what I'm saying, the right hand. He'll mix the right hand in there, you know what I'm saying, jump in with a little hook or whatever. You know, but if you watch Canelo's fights, you know, if he's not so basic, then you will realize that all he does is, you know what I'm saying, he might throw an occasional 1-2 jabs, you know, get you to the ropes and throw a body shot, you know what I'm saying, while you on the ropes. If I'm lying, you can pull this footage up and tell me I'm wrong so the people can see, you know, that he's really just a basic fighter. And there's nothing wrong with being a basic fighter. Sometimes that's all it takes. You know, when you got guys like Caleb Plant who do just extra shit for no reason, you know? Like, that's why he gets so tired, because he's always doing some extra shit. Like, you know, if you even go back and watch the Caleb Plant fight, Caleb Plant was up on Canelo. He was literally beating Canelo. But you know what I'm saying? When you do so much extra shit and you're not conditioned to do all that, you're going to tire out and you're going to eventually get caught like the way Caleb Plant did. But, you know, these people don't watch enough boxing to realize these type of things. You know, it's the reason why Terrence Crawford wants to go up and fight another flat-footed Mexican. You know, I get it, you know, because when you got an athletic fighter, you know, in your weight division or somewhere around your weight division, it causes problems for you, you know, and you got to get out of that danger. You know, you got to get out of that danger. But you know, it's the way boxing is these days. These guys don't want to see their favorite fighters in tough fights or whatnot. I understand, bro. I understand. But we gonna change that narrative come March 30th. You know, y'all gonna be calling for Canelo versus David Benavidez pretty soon. Maybe even more. Maybe even more. Y'all gonna call for Canelo versus more. Y'all gonna see. The narrative gonna change. Man, shout out to my boy Jonathan Sams, SDX Renzi, CYP Lions Only, you already know. TBX, we in the building. You know, it's just like that. It's just like that, Ness. Oh, and shout out to my.
I mean, I took you off by mistake, fams. You said you was done. I invited you back. Go ahead, finish up. You got like 10 seconds. All right. Guess not. C-Dub. C-Dub. C-Dub.
Yeah. No. I just wanted to shout out my son Brandon. Just wanted to give a shout out to my son Brandon. He's a special kid. Him and J Mac, two special kids, man. Got to give a shout out to my sons over there on the back hall.
Well, all right. Well, all right. All right.
Yo, how are you?
Straight, kind of, I guess. You.
What about now?
Yup.
What about now?
Yup.
That's what's up. That's what's up, man. Shout out TBV. Smash that like button. It's free. Do something with yourself. Oh man, now everybody see. Shout out Ness. Shout out King. Shout out to Marco. You know, the guest on the show. Man, now everybody seeing this. I remember when I used to say, man, they had like Bud walk on water. They had like Bud could turn water into wine, and you probably thought I was just over exaggerating. You thought I was being harsh, but now you see, man. Now you see. You know, it's it's the fanatics, man, and you gotta love them. You gotta you gotta feel for them because you're a fanatic too. Like everybody has a fanatic, a fan of some fighter, and they may be fake and say they're not, but it's when their fanatic clouds their logic and turns them into something else, and it's clear you can see it. Like Canelo, they'll say Canelo that didn't get knocked down by 160 pounders, greats. Triple G, 175 pounders, Bivol, greats. You know, they didn't knock him down, but they saying that Bud would knock him down. Now, I can see Bud winning. He got to be very, very disciplined and moving and boxing. But these guys are just yelling YOLO when they jump off the cliff and say that Bud is going to stop them. I don't get it. And then when they compare it to Errol, Canelo is not Errol. Errol was the biggest skilled fighter that Bud faced to date, but now you're about to face a bigger fighter that's more skilled than Errol. That's not fighting at 147, 154, 160. You at 168, man. They drinking the Kool-Aid. You know, this the craziest shit. They say that okay, Bud Canelo ain't faced a slick fighter, or is BJS not slick? They on the back call when I mentioned BJS, they said that BJS not slick. Is it because he's not black? BJS is a slick fighter, and you saw what happened. It was a counter with the timing that people have mentioned that Canelo can do well. They wasn't too they didn't have too much hate to cloud that to say that point. In fact, that Canelo timing and counterpunching is next level, and Billy Joe found out. Bivol was able to absorb the punishment, even though he was able to have a 1-2-1 and get back on the distance and get back to boxing. He still was able to absorb the punishment because he had 175. Can Bud absorb that same punishment? I don't think so. We done seen Canelo look at you like you taking the picture when Jacobs hit him, clean, flush. He looked at Triple G and said and shook his head and said that's all you got. After Triple G called him clean flush. When Bud get caught clean flush, he's on ice skates. It's different. He's rollerblading when he gets caught clean flush by Gamboa and Mean Machine. These are the differences that you gotta. I don't know, man, but it's still gonna be a great fight. And Bud has a slim chance of winning if he stays very, very disciplined, which we don't see. But do you notice that Bud has stopped his last 15 opponents? He would have been 15 straight if he didn't go the distance with Postal. I don't know why he went the distance with Postal. I need to go back and watch that fight. Postal is not a killer, not a power puncher, but he decided to go the distance with Postal. Now, if he do that and stay disciplined to the plan, he has a slim chance. But if he stay in that kitchen a second too long, it's going to be a good night. It really is. So they can think that Bud is Superman. I really believe that he can be if he wins. Shout out TBV, smash that like button, it's free. Do something with yourself.
So it's safe to assume that you don't think Bud's getting a knockdown or a knockout.
No.
Okay.
But yeah, but it's just I haven't seen 175 pounders do it. I haven't seen 160 pounders do it that has power. Triple G has power, and Canelo just shrugged it off like it was a fly or some shit.
All
Like
right,
you,
champ.
yeah,
That
man.
was the
Shout out
bell.
to
We
you.
got calls with the $2 cash app. He says these Bud fans are drunk. Remember, J Mac, you got a counterpunch from Jonathan Sims. We got a counterpunch for Boxing Patron. We got Boxing Patron on the line.
What's up, Ness? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I was kind of fresh off that when I sent it in. I was going to think because I heard Homeboy say that he said Mayweather hurt Canelo, but that's how far the delusion goes. You see shit that you wasn't even there. That's how far like delusion goes with Canelo. When the fuck did Mayweather ever have a chance of knocking out Canelo? The only thing I seen in that fight was he backed him up at times where nobody thought he was going to do that. We thought the bigger man was going to back up Mayweather, and he didn't. Mayweather backed him up. Besides that, he was no chance of knocking him out. And he wasn't going to knock that fool out. But that's how far it goes through the illusion, man. When you say shit like that. Um, but Canelo, man, the most basic pound for pound on top for 10 years plus fighter. I mean, basically, dude, he got us all fooled. He pulling some Joker shit on us. You know what I mean? It's just some. It's just we're at the most. It's just unbelievable, man. It comes to that shit right there. But you know what I think? When I got to on topic, I think when it comes to the knockdowns, it comes to what it depends on what Crawford does. If Crawford goes out there and throws a lot of punches, he's getting his ass knocked down. I don't think Canelo stopped him, but he knocked him down multiple times if Crawford decides to punch. The only reason why Charlo didn't get knocked out was because he decided that he was just going to back up and move and just try to survive. So it all depends what Crawford does. Do you want the punch? He's going to get knocked down. But what the hell was I saying? Oh yeah. On another side note, man, that Crawford, I think the next thing that he does is going to be big. Because personally, man, if I'm Crawford and he has one more fight, see, Charlo jumped right into 168 and started and fought him. But if you're Crawford and I'm going to fight Canelo in September. You said he was going to have another fight in between, right?
That's what I'm being told, but we don't know how true that is, right?
Yeah. So I mean, if you're Crawford right now, miss, honestly, let me ask you this: if you're Crawford right now, you're thinking, hey man, how's my body gonna adjust if you really think you're gonna win? Because personally, I think he's in it for a payday. If you really think you're gonna win, you're gonna take a next fight at 168, and it's gonna be somebody pretty damn good because you want to see how your body's gonna adjust, how you're gonna take punches, and how you're gonna adjust to 168, right? Now, if he takes a fight at 154, 160, or against somebody in any of those weight divisions that ain't worth the shit, we know he's in it for that payday because he don't want to risk losing to a bigger man and risk that big fat payday. So I think that's going to be a big part into that next, what we're going to see next. I say, personally, because right after the Smith fight, they called Crawford, he didn't want it. He was, nah, I'm not, that's too much for weight for me. And then all of a sudden he woke up one day and was like, oh yeah, I could fight Canelo. No, dude, they woke up and your people were talking like, hey, bro, you're 38, you're going to be 38 plus, or you're going to be 37 plus. You need to make that retirement money. You know how you can make that retirement money? You start talking about Canelo. You start getting the Bradley's talking. You start getting the Paulie Maldonadi's talking. All the people that can't stand Canelo, like the people on here, they start talking. Canelo starts listening, and he's like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll beat the shit out of you for a $50 million payday. But anyway, that's it, Ness. I appreciate it, man.
All right, all right. We got another counterpunch for any TBX member from Jonathan Sims. That's his third counterpunch. We got J Mac counterpunch courtesy of Jonathan Sims.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yo, shout out to Jonathan Sims. Let me help C Dub out. He said he asked was Poster or Power Punch. I don't know if you watch Poster fight. Poster was very much a power puncher. I just let you go back and do your own history, and I thought you would have corrected them on that, Ness. But I just sometimes I think they gotta learn and just feed off. He's a little outdated with his rebuttals. If you notice, he been talking about the walk on water shit ever since the Spence, and he's the one that seemed a little bit delusional in the woods still, asking questions or trying to point out a narrative that's really still not there, that's already been proven. Bud moved up, did what he did at welterweight, ran through the welterweight division, stopped all the guys that people couldn't envision being stopped, all stopped the guys that nobody never stopped in the weight class. And I'm not saying that has anything to do with Canelo. That's just a point to prove when people talking about this walking on water shit and where it all started from. Bud stopped guys that C Dub had a hard time understanding or could not see it, and he's still the one that's questioning what Bud does. So I mean, it's a little crazy to me at this point. I've seen a little subliminals with the Rilla himself. You know, he be throwing his little aggressive digs and stuff. But man, shout out to him. I'm not responding to Tip, man. And Tip ain't can't never sell me. Just trying to clout chase, man. You and Brandon, that's your problem. I was back there when Brandon was cooking your ass, man. Shout out to Brandon. On my Mayweather point, when I was saying when I was cut right before my call ended, I was just saying I don't compare Bud to Mayweather. I compare him in his talent, and I think he got discipline in some of the traits that Mayweather had, and I've seen things that what Bud can do. And the thing I think y'all all falling asleep on Bud. Bud has he has a multitude of skill set that he does do, and he makes great adjustments, and he does not come in there and fight the same. I think he can adjust. I think he can do everything he need to do to win against Canelo. I'm really tired of this point breaking down because I'm taking my stance, and my stance is what it is. Canelo is a great fighter. I think he's all of the above. I have hated on Canelo for years, but I've always acknowledged his greatness. I have my reasons why I hate on Canelo, whether we agree to disagree, but at the same time, I would give Canelo full credit if for somehow he got in there and was able to beat Bud, it won't be no excuses. I'll pay my bets and I'll just move on, pretty much like I do with all the big fights in the sports. But I am confident that Bud beats Canelo. I just think Canelo is the right fight for Bud at 168. Brandon Maurice was tripping talking about the winning fight. Goddamn David Benavidez. I don't know where the fuck he got that one from. That could be a Canelo issue. I don't. I mean, I wouldn't push for Bud against David Benavidez for some of the same reasons I already said. So look, I got Bud. I'm not continuing all
That's the bell, but
again. This
I think you that's the bell, but I think you need to do the research. I don't think it's C Dub, man. My man said Postal is a puncher, and we need to do the research. I see what you're saying, C Dub. I see what you're saying, my man. I see what you're saying. But J Mac, you did get another counterpunch, courtesy of Bougie in Broward. We going out to Huang in Houston. Huang in Houston.
Yo, Ness,
Yeah.
you got man. So first off, man, I'm gonna keep it 100. I'm a Bud fan, right? Long time Bud fan, and I'm not delusional to think that he's got a great chance of knocking out Canelo. I've been saying it. I've said it on record before that I think Bud will win, right? But I think his knockout streak end with Canelo because that's just that he's got too much of a girth of his body, you know, muscle mass wise. He's gonna absorb way more, man. So that's gonna be like we're gonna get it like a Triple G Canelo type battle. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. We'll see. Or Bud is a boxer, so he might box him, but I think he's gonna papa get in, papa get out, dig at the body, papa. And, I mean, he's a master jabber. But yeah, that's why I'm at with that one, Ness. Yeah, you hear me? Yo,
Damn, it's quiet over here. My bad, y'all. My bad. I'm in the background, uh, getting this fire interview, man. Who can tell us? Who can tell us best if Canelo will get knocked down, score a knockdown? Abel Sanchez. So he'll be jumping on in just a bit. I'll try and take one caller while we wait for him to connect. Alex, what up? Did Stainless give you the boomerang back?
Yeah. I mean, I still got it through March or 2 March or something like that.
Damn,
Yeah, man.
baller.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Stainless, man. Hall of Famer right there, man. And just shout out to the community once again. I'm real glad to see that there is something going on with Border Wars. Look like, September 14th. Seems to be people buzzing. People already talking about being matched up. Man, just get in the gym, man. Make sure that you're gonna be in shape. You got plenty of time, but the best time to start is right now, today. Yeah, and it's at first I get annoyed with all the craziness that people say, but after a while, it just gets so entertaining.
Champ, hold that thought. I'll be right back. That is Abel.
All right.
Take a few more puffs on my man. Jump on. You feel me? Abel, what's going on?
Hey, man. Good morning.
How are you? Thank you for joining us. Wanted to get your expert opinion here. Obviously, there's been a lot of chatter with the potential Canelo versus not Jamal Charlo, but instead more people are excited of the possibility of Terrence Bud Crawford. So wanted to get your opinion specifically on if you feel we'll see a knockdown in that fight. A lot of these Bud Crawford fans feel he can move up 3 divisions and not only score a knockdown, but potentially a knockout. You've shared the ring with Canelo on numerous occasions. You've had to study tape. What's your thoughts on either man scoring a knockdown?
Well, let me say this. I've said it in several interviews. Canelo has been used to sparring with bigger men, fighting bigger men. So your body automatically just becomes stronger and you're able to deal with the size and the strength of those guys that you're not only fighting, but sparring with and working out with. Crawford, on the other hand, has been sparring with 47 pounders and maybe 54 pounders. So his strength can only go up to that much, let's just say. And it'll show like the Jermell fight, where Jermell just looked weaker. Not weaker, shit, that's the wrong word. Not as strong as Canelo. And Canelo was able to do what he wanted to do. If Bud Crawford fights 2 or 3, maybe 2 fights and spars with guys and works out with guys at that weight for the next, say, 6-7 months, and maybe his strength will rise to that level. Until then, I don't think that it's a right fight for Terrence. I think Terrence is a great fighter. But I don't think that it's the right fight for Terrence. I don't think that he will be strong enough to be able to handle a guy that's been at that weight for as long as he has.
Now, what if I were to tell you that he has been sparring with 68-pounders for quite some time? Obviously, Steven Nelson has been in the camp with Terrence Crawford. It's a stablemate. Most of the time when Crawford fights, he's on Crawford's undercard. He's a 168-pounder. A lot of failed negotiations between him and Edgar Berlanga. He's had different versions of the WBO. Not full WBO, but different versions of that WBO. And also, Bomac and his team, Dieguez and Red Spikes, have another Guatemalan 68-pounder by the name of Lester Martinez. This is a big puncher. And we, as a community, were excited to watch him fight Linnell Thompson. That fight fell apart. But we have gotten to see Lester fight on Pro Box already. And those are 2 68-pounders. You know, like I know that a 68-pounder is not weighing 168 pounds when he comes to spar you. So does that information mean anything to you? Because Bud spars them frequently. I mean, he just posted that he was sparring Lester Martinez. And again, I highly doubt Lester weighed 168 before sparring Bud.
Well, no, it doesn't influence me. Being a coach and being in the gym with fighters, I know that Bud preparing for Errol and for the fights before that, he was not sparring with slow 168 pounders. He was sparring with guys his weight so they would match or they would be equivalent to what he was going to see on fight night. He may be in the ring once in a while with them, but it's not for preparation for a fight. I would like to see Bud fight a fight at 168 or 167, 64, whatever, just against a credible 68 pounder to see how he handles it. And if that's the case, then okay, I would say that it's a good fight for him. But at this point, I just don't see it, Nestor.
I thought Munguia, even though he looked phenomenal and he did what Canelo couldn't do, getting the stoppage over Ryder, he still has that head over that front knee. He likes to bob that head. I see that a counter uppercut can be maybe the downfall, but he does have a high activity. But he also started at 47. So if Bud was going to test the waters, at least Munguia isn't a natural 68-pounder like a David Morrell or a David Benavidez. What do you think about the potential Bud dipping his toes with a Jaime Munguia? It's also a big money fight for Bud. You know, Jaime just did over 10,000 in Phoenix. Bud does over 10,000 anywhere he goes. It's the green print, as Mayweather would say, you know, African American, a Mexican in the other corner. What do you think of that as a test out fight?
I think that's a great fight, actually. I think that's a great fight because Munguia, really, this is the first fight Munguia has really looked as good as he did. Is it the change to Freddie and the change to great sparring in that wild card gym? Maybe so. But I think that this fight certified him as a legitimate 68-pound contender for Canelo, let's just say. But if Bud is able to beat him, absolutely, then Bud is definitely the man to fight Canelo. That would be a great test for both guys, a test for Bud moving up, and a test to see if Munguia is for real.
Obviously, you've been in this sport for so long. I like to say that I don't know a fighter like Canelo in the sense that he's for about 4 people or more that the public demanded, right? The public demanded for Gennady. We demanded for Mayweather, demanded Laura for, you know, going to his press conference. A bunch of these fights. Can you tell us anybody that you can pick off top that has fought that many nemesis in their career, that many fighters that the public demanded they fight?
Probably Andre. Andre fought a lot of, especially in that tournament, he had to. But Andre Ward, I would say, would be one of the guys. I don't think. I think Mayweather kind of brought up his guys that lower weight guys up to fight him at the higher weight that he was campaigning at. So maybe the people demanded that, but it was guys that really weren't at that weight. I think that Terrence, if he fought Ennis, then we would say that he would be in that category too. But yeah, I think that Canelo's resume kind of speaks for itself, and he's fought the guys that most of the guys that people have demanded. It's difficult, like when we had Gennady, it's difficult to fight everybody, but he fought some good guys. I mean, he fought guys that we thought were going to beat him. A lot of people thought we're going to beat him or we're going to give him a tough fight, and they didn't.
Which fights would you say you considered 50-50 or anything similar to that?
Honestly, I thought Caleb was going to give him a hard time. I thought Caleb was. I've always been a fan of Caleb's. I thought he has great hand speed, great instincts, and Canelo just handled him easier than I thought he would. So yeah, Caleb was one of them.
So a lot of guys, again, Bud Crawford fans are calling in. This is a call-in show, so they're calling in and they're saying we're underestimating Bud Crawford, his power because of his wrestling background. There's video of him slamming heavyweight Richard Torres in Top Rank in a wrestling situation. How much credence do you give a wrestling background and the natural physicality of a Bud Crawford?
I think that background gives him great balance. Gives him how he fights his fights, whether it be right-handed or left-handed. He very seldom is off balance when he throws a shot, so that could help him. But we're not in a wrestling match here. We're in a boxing match with a bigger guy throwing shots at you, and a bigger guy that's used to getting hit by big guys is not going to be affected by that power that hopefully he's bringing up to 168. But listen, I have never voted or chose Bud as a winner in a lot of fights. In the Errol Spence fight, I thought Errol was going to handle him. So he surprised a lot of people. He surprised the heck out of me. But he is 147, 154 pounder to me at the most.
Well, speaking of those divisions, will he lose speed moving up 3 divisions, and will he carry the power, in your opinion? And have you seen that in history? Because I like to use in reference, now I didn't live through that era or watch those fights live, but Duran did start at 35 where Bud started, and he did move up to 68 and get great wins. So can Bud's speed and power carry up 3 full divisions at once, in your opinion?
Speed, definitely. Just like when we fought Kell Brook with Gennady, Kell Brook for the first 3 or 4 rounds was hard to get to because of he's a 47 pounder. Power, I think that Bud is smart enough to use his power. It won't be the same kind of devastating power that he has at 47, let's just say, but he'll be smart enough to use his power in the right moments in the right way. It's just he's fighting a guy that really has dominated everybody. When Duran moved up, other than Hagler, who really did he fight that was Davey Moore really wasn't that.
Well, he beat undefeated Leonard. Right, he moved up to fight Leonard and beat Leonard.
At 47, yeah, at 47.
I mean, that's 2 divisions, though.
That's 2 divisions, yeah. But 2 divisions, that's 12 pounds. You're talking 47 to 68. That's 20 pounds, right?
Yeah, 20. I thought it was 21. I don't know.
Twice as much. So that's a lot of weight. But hey, he may surprise us. He's a great talent.
So you're saying speed for sure can carry, but power, he'd probably, it wouldn't carry up.
Power against a big guy like that that's been fighting with big guys, yeah, I don't think that would be as devastating. It will carry up because of the way he's going to use it, his timing, the moments. He's smart enough, and he's such a great fighter that he'll know when to use the power. It's just that, remember, he's hitting a guy that's used to getting hit by those big guys, so it won't be as effective at that weight, in my opinion.
Another major talking point for Bud fans was counterpunching ability. They believe he's a better counterpuncher than Canelo. And my defense was, well, we've seen Canelo counterpunch, Hall of Famers like, with the right hand specifically, Hall of Famers like Cotto, Gennady. He put down Kovalev with one right hand. Who is the better counterpuncher in your opinion? And again, does Bud lose any of that counterpunching ability moving up in weight, or does that have no effect on the counterpunching?
No, I think they're similar in that respect. I think the edge I would have to give to Crawford only because he can switch on him and not confuse him, but give him a different look that maybe he didn't. Look, you can only prepare for right-hander or left-hander in the gym, but when you have to prepare for both sides, it's a little bit different. So Bud is able to switch so easily and be as effective in either stance. So I think that would give him the edge just because he could switch and maybe catch him off guard. But they're both similar in that respect.
Now, I know you never had to face Bud, so you've probably just watched him casually whenever his fights were on, right? Or have you, studied tape?
No, I've never really watched him or studied tape, but I'll tell you what, I've watched some of the mitt work with that young man that works with him, and I think that is probably some of the best teaching mitt work that I've seen in a long, long time. I saw Devin Haney's dad do it on a video also one day, and I was impressed with how he was working the mitts. Today, there's not enough people out there teaching when they use the mitts. They're just doing a show for the fans. But when I saw that young man that works with Bud, it was impressive.
Okay. They're saying that there may be a potential fight before Bud gets in there with Canelo at 68 that we would be surprised. What would surprise you outside of Canelo? And obviously we've already touched on Jaime for a potential Bud Crawford fight at 68 out of the bat.
For Bud to fight?
Mm-hmm. And remember, it would have to surprise you, allegedly.
Yeah, well, in really the only other two names that are being mentioned at 68 is Morel and Benavides. So either one of those guys would be a big surprise because they have big fights coming up, or they should have big fights coming up at that weight to try to unify the 68-pound division. But yeah, if they fought one of those two guys, wow, that would be interesting.
So, what about Caleb? Is that not a surprise, or is that more likely to happen?
That's more likely to happen because that would be Caleb's uh, fight coming back out of the loss to Canelo. Yeah, that would be an interesting fight.
Well, he
That's a
lost to
tough fight.
Benavides after that.
Yeah, but I think we. Oh, that's right. He did lose. Okay, to losing to both of those guys, that would be an interesting fight for Bud. That's a big, tall guy that could be problems. If he beats him, then legitimately 168 pound for Bud.
Can you see Bud being able to cut the ring off? I mean, Caleb's a good mover. And I feel like if he possibly would have kept his mouth shut, Canelo wouldn't have stepped on the gas, right? We're in the 9th round. Most people thought Caleb was winning, and he starts talking, and then it makes Canelo get more aggressive, and things end up, finishing the wrong way for him in the next 2 rounds. But up until that round, a lot of people thought he was doing well. And I mean,
Okay,
Caleb versus Canelo.
Well, that point exactly. Canelo just was able to step on the gas. His strength, his size, his physicality was much more than Caleb could handle at that point. So that's why I think that a Caleb plant and a Bud fight would be more attractive at this point, because Caleb is not as strong as Canelo. Maybe Bud would be able to muscle him. Bud would be able to handle the weight, and not so much the division, but the strength and the physicality of Caleb is not the same as Canelo's.
Now, I think this will surprise you more. What if it was Gennady?
I wouldn't want to see that. I wouldn't want to see that because I think Gennady would need a fight before that to get back into the groove. I wouldn't want to see that for another reason. Is Gennady, whether you beat him or not, your career is going to be shortened by fighting a Gennady. Gennady, when he hits you, you stay hit. He damages you for the future. Bud's not going to knock him out. They may stop the fight if Bud's too busy and then maybe he gets cut, but Gennady's chin is made of granite, so I wouldn't want to see that fight.
Well, Abel, that's basically it, man. This is a very hot button topic. People want this fight and the Benavides fight. No one really wants the Jamal Charlo fight. He may have a better opportunity if he fought Plant, settle their differences, and then we'd probably be more likely to want to open our wallet for Canelo versus Jamal Charlo. But I want to thank you, obviously, for coming on. Always a pleasure to have you, and wish you the best. I know you probably off to golf, right? That's what you love doing these days.
I love doing that. Yes, you're absolutely right. It's raining here right now, though. I can't. We have a storm coming through, so
you got to come to Florida. I live in the West Coast too, but it was too cold in Vegas. I'm in Florida. They got great courses out here.
Oh, they got great courses. I lived there when I worked for Don back in the mid-'90s. I played a lot down there. Yeah, it was great. But it was nice talking to you, man. Nice being on your cast, and hope to talk soon.
Likewise. Thank you so much. I'll keep in touch. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Hall of Fame trainer, world-renowned, Abel Sanchez. He definitely, has the accolades and the experience and the know-how when it comes to Canelo to give, a valid opinion there. We're going to keep these phone lines moving. Who was it that we had last left off on? But we got BP. What up?
Yo. Am I well with the audio? Yo.
You good?
All right. So on the topic, I think there's not going to be any knockdown in this fight, man. And possibly if there is one, which I think Crawford is going to be able to take the decision by boxing out Canelo. But I think if there is a knockdown, it is going to be Canelo knocking down Crawford. I don't think Crawford is going to be able to give a knockdown to Canelo. Like, I don't think he even hits harder than Triple G. Canelo took the Triple G shots pretty well. And yeah, that's pretty much what I wanted to say. Shout out to Younes and to the whole show. It's awesome. Shout out from Eastern Europe, Bulgaria. You're getting that late afternoon really, really good for us.
Appreciate you, man. All the way in Bulgaria. That's what's up, man. Shout out to Kurbret Pulev, right?
Yeah. He fought recently in a small venue. I think it was in Costa Mesa or something, but I don't even remember his opponent.
Yeah, he's just getting back out. His trainer is a really good friend of mine, Ibn Kaysen, man. So they trying to bring him back.
Ah, that's nice. That's nice. Yeah. That's great to hear. Hopefully he gets his couple of next fights. Even read that he's been ranked by WBC. I don't know, like 14th, 15th or something like that. It was pretty much recent.
Oh, they killed us,
All right.
bro. Breaking fucking news. Oh my God. The Tyson Fury fight is off. He suffered a cut. Motherfucker.
Oh.
Jesus,
That's rough. All right,
bro.
that was basically me, man. Thank you very much. Wishing you all the best and waiting for the betting show.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. People are gonna blame Tyson now because that's how this world is. They're gonna, this is Tyson again on his bullshit. He always pulls out of fights. Oh boy. Jose, Carolina.
Hey, I saw you made a post with ProBox TV. You gotta talk to Teddy Atlas or somebody like that?
Say again?
Do you talk to Teddy Atlas on ProBox TV? Can you hear me?
I spoke to Marquez from ProBox and Paulie this week.
Man, every time I watch ProBox, I wish you can debate them guys, man. I always think about you when I watch them. I don't know, man. There's so much hate towards Canelo. So much. I feel like
that's because
against Canelo.
That's because Marquez isn't the biggest Canelo fan, and neither is Malignaggi. And then you got Tim Bradley over there, and he's a super fan of Crawford. Remember, he gets the credit for finding Crawford. So he looks smart every time Crawford does something.
Yeah, every time I watch that show, I mean, the only one that kind of defends Canelo is Chris Algieri. But I was like, man, I wish Ness can come over here and debate this guy. Anyways, man, I'm always listening to your show. I'm trying to catch up. I'm still maybe 40 minutes behind. I just wanted to call because just wanted to say hi.
All right, brother.
Man, thank you, man.
Appreciate
call,
you.
Man.
Appreciate you. Thank you, man. Thank you. Let's see here. We got a couple super chats we got to get to. Nah, man, from your lips to God's ears, too, man. I would love to get in there and debate with them. They got a nice studio there in Pro Box. I wouldn't mind making that transition from Vegas back to Florida, baby, permanently. Getting up in that studio. You feel me? And getting the great debates on with the legends. I got DB, $5, celebrating his 5th super chat on a live stream. He says, this fight wasn't reported to happen. ESPN Chava just thinks it's likely. There's a reason why ESPN's major accounts never ran with it. Hey, man, hopefully they see how big the fight is. Like Brandon said, realize this one and David is the one we want, and don't give us Jamal. This is all data for these promoters. That's why they need to stop getting mad with certain things that are said and instead use the free data I'm giving you. Lake County, $2. What the hell this ninja talking about? And by data, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, obviously all the opinions, right? Like they getting to know what it is we want as a community. Obviously, we're not the biggest census in the world, just one show, but they still get international opinions on this show. Brambo, $2. Ben versus Boots is the future. Big bout at 147. Boots. Ben needs the name to make Americans care. We care because we hardcores, but he got to get the attention of the American names. Peter Dobson may not do that. We got James Benitez in Atlanta, $2. He says Bud versus GGG, is that possible to prepare for Canelo? That would be a great fight, but you heard Abel. He don't think that Triple G would take it without a tune-up. But that just goes to show you how highly he thinks they may think of Bud. Ronnie in Phoenix with the counter. My bad, my man. Oh, he not even on there. Damn, Ronnie. Oh, shit. I done dropped the ball. Ronnie. Steve in Chicago, I love you, man. I love you, man. God bless, all right? I remember Steve stopped listening. Now he's back to listening. We just need you to start calling back in, Steve. We miss you around here. Don't be mad. You know what I'm saying? Come on and join that members gang, too, so we can see your chats earlier. We got All Hayes. He gifted somebody membership, Steve. It could have been you. Who knows? All Hayes, salute to you for showing love to the community. We got Lucy Girl. Welcome to the prospect level. TDDT, another $5 Canadian. My man done sent a bunch of super chats today. He says, yo, Ness, I want to join the betting show. How do I do it? Let me get you that link, my friend. But actually, let me just show you how to do it. You're right. All right, so we're screen sharing, right? This is what you see when you're watching me on YouTube, right? So you just want to go right here. See that button that says join? This one. You click that one, join. Then you see prospect, contender, champ. And then you click join. And then it's going to open up so you can get your process on. You feel me? Blang, blam, 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 diddy, bo. So again, we're going to do it one more time. Hit the join, not that prospect. If you want the betting show, you got to come to the champ level. Then you click join after you hit that champ level. Okay? That's how you do it. We got up next, Leo in Houston, $2. This caller is delusional. Damn, you know how many of those we had? John Horn, $2. Free to chat. It's over 500 likes. I thought we did that already, fam. Let me double check. It's free, bruv. It's open. Troll Beta, 20. Sweden. Kovalev and GGG couldn't drop him. Exactly. That Juan guy, welcome to the prospect level. Bless one LA, $5. Get your conspiracy theories and excuses ready when Nello takes out your pound for pound. Laugh out loud, Mexican flag. We got Optimus Prime, $10. Reverse counter for anyone that not in TBX. I mean, reverse counter almost sounded like you was trying to send your money to stop his money from getting him to get them to call in. But then reading your chat, it almost sounds like you're saying you're sending a counterpunch for anyone not with TBX so that they can jump in. So I'm actually lost. But salute to you with them $10. Bless one, $2, right back at us. Canelo about to retire the Charlo brothers and Bud. Faced with tears of joy. TDDT upgraded to that champ level.
The champ is here! The champ is here! The champ is here!
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got Hawk, Maryland. Hawk, gotta unmute. Alrighty then. No Hawk. So we got two counterpunches though. Oh. Hawk, what up?
Oh, okay. My fault. You know it take me a minute to figure this crap out with my old ass, man. Be high as a mug. Hey, TBV number one. What's up, Ness?
What up with you?
Ain't too much. Hey, I got nothing but respect for J-Mac and JT. Nothing but respect for them guys, man. But I just have to see it, bro. I have to see. Now, Bud, and nothing but respect for Bud Crawford. I believe he can do whatever it needs to be done to win a fight, but I have to see it. I've never seen a man bigger or smaller than Canelo beat him up and knock him out. I just haven't seen it done. I have to see it. So I'm one of those you got to show me. I got to see it to believe it, guys. So not saying Crawford can't do it, but nah, I have to see it to believe it. But nothing but respect for them two dudes. Them two dudes are great dudes, man. But what's up with this heavyweight Ryan Garcia, Mr. Tyson Fury? Is that not the biggest disappointment I've heard all week? He's dropped. Dog. He's just like Ryan Garcia.
Bro, he suffered a
We can't
cut.
depend on no fight.
He suffered a
Yeah,
cut.
it's always something. Yeah, he suffered a drug addiction in a rematch for the Klitschko way back then. He was about to drive his Ferrari off a bridge or something. He said. I mean, it's always something with this guy, bro. We're
Yo,
not gonna get the
that's the
fight.
life of a rock star, bro. That's the life of of the possibly the greatest heavyweight that we've known. Like you're gonna get pulled from all angles. You know what I'm saying? It's not easy being the one.
Oh man. Yeah, I don't know, man. I wanted to see this fight because I wasn't convinced that he could beat Usyk. I've seen Usyk come out of some grimy fights, bro. Usyk is I wanted to see this fight. But Tyson Fury, like I said, one of these top fighters that just will not show up for the. I mean, he came through for the I don't know, man. Tyson just, I'm just blown about that, man. That's all I can say is I'm blown. But TBV, number one, bro. But I got to see Crawford come up and beat up and stop Canelo. I haven't seen a guy bigger than him do it or a guy smaller than him do it because he done fought bigger and smaller. And as far as this basic style of boxing that they're talking about, all fighters are basically fighters. I mean, they're all basically just fighting. So they all got hands and feet, and they all got to go forward and backwards and move left and right. It's all the same. It's all basically just fighting. So some of them do it better than others, but I haven't seen no bigger or smaller fighter, basic or not, just beat up Canelo and knock him out. So I just have to see it done. Once I see it done, then I'll believe it. So for now, I can't even imagine it. But I can imagine Canelo losing to Crawford in a 12-round fight. Yeah. Outside of that, no. But that's my call.
You got it. Real quick before we move on, you know what time it is. We got callers and we got 2 counterpunches to give away. So if you looking to cut that line, raise that hand. But I gotta go ahead and remind you, you know what it is. Head on over to KenichiBeer.com. You know this is my lead sponsor. They help keep these lights on. We help him have the funding to get to all his tournaments and potentially turn pro. You know, the owner of this company is only 18 years old. So head on over to www.KenichiBeer.com. Use the code TBV. Help this young 18-year-old amateur continue to get to all his tournaments and potentially have that professional career while simultaneously sponsoring and supporting not only your favorite podcast, but some of your favorite fighters. So many fighters wear and use his headphones to train. And the special thing about these headphones, particularly for my community, which have so many delivery guys, drivers, mailmen, all that, where your hands should be free. This has a attachable and a detachable mic. So plenty of the callers use these headsets to call in, and my co-host Danny, without the detachable and attachable mic, uses them to co-host because he lost his mic because he liked that. But you see how clear it sounds even without Danny attaching that special mic. So head on over to www.KenichiBeer.com. That's KenichiBeer.com. And remember, every time you buy a set, we get a little kickback. They know we doing our job and our lights stay on, and we're here to be able to do 3-hour and 33-minute streams and counting. Most times we do 5-hour streams, So it is what it is. Damn, self-production sent the fat $10 super chat and retracted the words. So now it's just a fat $10. No words, just love. But once again, head on over to Kenichi Bear, man. Support me and Kenichi Bear. Use the code TBV. I need one of y'all to buy a set this month. Hit the thumbs up. We trying to get to 1,000 thumbs up. We got over 800 people watching. We need them subscribers. Right now, we're on 188,709 subscribers. So if you haven't already subscribed, go ahead and do so. Click that notification bell because you never know when we go on live, even though you do know that we go on live twice a day, every day, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. again. And like you can see, you never know who's going to be on the show, man. I'll be randomly getting people. I'm not really big on scheduling because I smoke, so I might forget shit. So we just randomly get people on the show. We don't never title it with who's on the show, too, because I like to think that it's better for you to just be listening on a random episode and all of a sudden it's like, oh, shit, Abel Sanchez is on this show. It ain't even say it. That's dope. You know what I'm saying? You get some jewels that way. But I could be wrong. Maybe you don't like that. Who knows? What you do need to do is smash the thumbs up, though. Help me get to that 1,000. Hit them subscriptions. Help me get to that 1,000,000. Share my shit. That's why I ain't at 1,000,000 subscribers yet. We got 2 counterpunches to give away. Who we gonna get these to, man? Who we gonna get? We gonna go JP. I'm inviting you to speak. We gonna go Coach Mitty, inviting you to speak. We got Xavier while they connect. What up?
You.
You.
How you doing this?
All good. What's up with you?
Having the time, man. Getting knocked down. But Crawford gonna sauce him up like
Can
an
you say that
enchilada,
again?
man.
Start over, champ. You sound a little bit far. Talk
I'm with
directly into
Crawford
the mic.
all day long, every day. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Just talk
Can you hear
directly
me?
into the mic because we kind of missed you at the beginning of your call.
How about now?
You straight.
Yeah. Anyways, Crawford gonna sauce him up like an enchilada, man. He ain't never seen nobody like Crawford. Too much experience. Canelo's gonna be surprised, man. He's gonna be surprised. I mean, it's gonna be a glorious day for Crawford, man. Like it's gonna be a night to see. I hope I'm not even gonna lie. I may be masking my nervousness. Not even gonna lie. I mean, Canelo is that man. I mean, Canelo been that man for years. So, but I just feel like Crawford gonna surprise him. He's gonna use his footwork in and out. He gonna meet him in the middle of the ring, just like he did Spence. And he gonna give him that work. I mean, I believe Crawford. What you think?
I got to see the weigh-in.
My boy, it's very. I just saw he posted a video in the gym. Like, fuck, bro, this nigga is small, bro. But we go see. I mean, what Crawford walking around at 170, 175.
I don't know. Remember he posted like he was 190 right after the Earl fight.
And what Abel was talking about, I don't hear nothing about no Benavidez. We ain't.
We ain't even asking. We stood to the script about Crawford moving up and what he could do.
But yeah, the talking point of him having a tune-up fight, we still talking about September. That's fucking what 7, 8 months from now, champ. Like, so it's like it would be nice if he can get that 168 fight before September. So I mean, a plant would be nice, but David Benavidez, we already beat one Benavidez, and we put him on his ass, which was at 140 though. But still, 147. I think it was 147. I think, but. I don't know. I mean, a tune-up fight. I mean, he gonna have to see. I mean, I would want to see Munguia or Plant. Munguia is a dog. I'm not gonna lie. He fucked right up as he should have, and what he did. So I don't know, Champ. He'll like you said, he'll be the greatest fighter of all time, past Ali, without a doubt, if he can beat Canelo. So I have confidence that he can do it. But I ain't gonna lie, I am probably masking I am nervous for my boy because Canelo is that man. It's very hard, and we'll see. That's my call, man. God bless TBV, man. God bless what you're doing, bro. And shout out, man. Stay safe out there.
Appreciate you, man. From your lips to God's ears, man. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for calling in. So this is Crawford, January 16th. What y'all think he weighing here? This is January 16th. Check out this one. This 2 days ago. J-Mac, counterpunch, courtesy of Bougie and Broward. Yo, J-Mac. JP, counterpunch, courtesy of DTTD in Canada. All right. We'll get that back. Mac from the Dre.
Mr. Gibbs.
What up with you?
I'm chilling, man. I can't complain. First of all, shout out TBV. You've been working your ass off, man. I see you. You did say something earlier. I've been tuning in and out. You said something earlier I wanted to address real quick. You said that basic to you means the same thing as average. And I want to say I don't agree with that at all. I know you don't watch other sports, but a prime example of that not being true, there's a gentleman by the name of Tim Duncan in the sport of basketball, the most basic player you'll ever see, but he is one of the best players to ever play the game. As far as Canelo and Crawford, can I see either man being knocked down? Yeah, of course. I think Crawford, first of all, I think if they were to fight, I think assuming that nobody takes serious damage up into the fight, I think that Canelo has about a 65% chance to win. I give Crawford a 35% chance. And that's if he can turn back the clock and fight the way he fought against Postal way back in the day on his feet, moving around. But if you watch Crawford's most recent fights, he's stepping to people. So if he steps to Canelo like that, I do think he's going to get knocked out. I think that power and speed that Canelo has is going to be too much, along with the defense coming forward. I think that Crawford can kind of pepper Canelo up. Crawford is very strong for his size. He bullied Errol Spence. He bullied Sean Porter. So even though he is a smaller man, he was the smaller man coming up from different or a lower weight class. He was definitely stronger than both of those men. So I do give Crawford a slight chance, but I think he's going to have to box. He's going to have to kind of have a Floyd Mayweather impression, but I don't know if he has it in him. I think he gets hit, he turns it into a firefight, and he probably gets knocked out. But honestly, Canelo is ducking David Benavidez, so I'm not really acknowledging any wins by Canelo until he fights David Benavidez, and that's my call.
Alright, bunch of weirdos in this chat. I'm on strange behavior. First and foremost, I'm showing you his legs. We talked about his wrestling background and all his power he generated and the base. And I'm showing you his legs, my bro. I'm showing you his legs. So, maybe y'all gotta get your fucking minds out the gutter. Little weirdos, young guys, man. Little weird young guys we got. But we got counterpunch. Okay, JP not there again. Coach Mitty, you gonna accept that? You gonna accept that free counterpunch or what? I guess that's a or what. J Mac trying you again.
Yo, Ness, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I had to jump out and Disco was tripping. I want to clear some things up. I know a lot of callers calling in, and I know it's easier to kind of like put us in a all in one group. But I do get my breakdowns. I do get my opinion is based off what I see. It's not based off fandom. Hawk called in and I know he mentioned me and my brother, but I don't want to get it twisted. I didn't say punch harder than Canelo. I just think he's stronger than Canelo individually at the weight, just through everything the dude did for his background in sports training and his background. I'm not about to get on here and keep regurgitating the same shit, but I do want to be clear. I think Canelo punched harder than Bud at 168. I just think Bud may be a stronger individual at 168 if that can show up in a fight or be used. And we know Bud does use his background, his wrestling background for fight. I think that's another reason why, like Abel Sanchez pointed out, balance. I have always said balance is what makes you strong as a fighter. It's not how you can use your strength and how you can apply is about how you can use it with your legs because you got to be on your legs in boxing and balance is what strength is. Abel said some really good points and made some good valid points. I guess and he's credible on his background and fighting Triple G versus Canelo. I just when he made a comment saying Bud and who he's sparring, I thought Bud always sparred with bigger guys. And I think you try to bring a reference into that, right, Ness?
I sure did.
Right. And he questioned it. And I know when you ask him, does that change his I forgot what you asked him a question like, do it change his opinion or it helps or something like he said don't. But the point he was making when he said if Bud has been sparring with bigger guys for so long, then it would. So that's why I would say I disagree with him because you gave him the evidence that he has, and I think he's Bud sparred with multiple guys besides those guys. And you made a very good point of saying those guys naturally come in. They don't come in at 68 and they come in. But Bud is a gym rat. He's always in the gym. Blase blah. He's Superman. He leap tall buildings. He can disappear and then reappear. He can use his webs to shoot out. He got claws coming out his hands. It's just a bunch. He can wing. He got wings. He can fly. He a ship shaper. He can change. He can. It's just a bunch of things he can do, man. But like I get it. That's all y'all hear. But let's just keep it boxing, man. The dude has proven to do everything what a lot of dudes call in. That's why we got to see the fights to fuck around and find out. I don't think it's that delusional. I just think we got to see the fight and we got to figure out how it's going to be and what the dude can do. I think y'all like saying the 3 weight class because it sounds better than actual pounds that a man does cut to make weight. And he's cutting that weight in them pounds that y'all say he got to move up to make weight. So,
That's
I
the
mean, a
bell,
lot of
champ.
stuff go
That's the
get.
bell. Yo, it's funny how Crawford gets the pass of moving up. It's like oh he's cutting that way, so it ain't no big deal. He really weighs that. That ain't what he used to fighting at though. But it's funny because any other time somebody moves up, we quick to be like, oh, weight classes for a reason. We've barely heard anyone call in to say weight classes for a reason. It's crazy, man. Some people are just above the natural order of things once you reach a certain level of popularity. This almost feels like when I was the only one campaigning that it was wrong for Tank to do what he did with the contract and the rehydration and stipulation, and everybody was like, man, whatever, we got the fight. We got the fight. He signed a contract. And I'm like, bro, but like, we don't got the fight. It's a handicap. Nah, man, fuck that. He should never signed it. We got the fight. I'm like, Lord have mercy. Shit changes when your favorite fighter is the one on the chopping block. I see that. But all right, I'm gonna have to get that counterpunch away. JP ain't take it, and neither did Midi. So we gonna go with We gonna go with Venom, and we'll go with Treese, and we'll get to Tip.
Yeah, 2 chicken, 2 cheese pupusas. Bet. Yo,
Yo.
all right, that's bet, that's bet. Yo, Ness, what it do, man? Shout out to J Mac, you
What
know what I'm
up?
saying, with another lackluster call as usual. Just saying a bunch of nothing. It's like we hear that every other day. Yeah, man. All this talk about Chance Crawford. I just want to dive into something right quick. It's a shame that we can't get a podium on February 16th. You know, it's a shame we can't get that. Shout out to Turkey Al Sheik, man. I know you were putting on a great card for us, but some people just can't deliver, you know what I'm saying, when they have to deliver. But we'll make up for that on March 30th when Keith One Time Thurman goes in against the son of Costa Zoo, Tim Zoo, and, you know, we expose him for the flat-footed fighter he is, you know. And after that, we're going to move on to bigger and better things, and we're going to call out Terrence Crawford, you know, as expected, because you know, it takes a special fighter like Keith Thurman who's not, you know, just basic in order to beat a guy like that. See, I heard something stupid earlier before the coach had got on the phone. I think it was J Mac. He said, "Yeah, Bud faced a puncher, Victor Postal, who's he got 31 wins and 12 knockouts, and that's a puncher, hell of a puncher, man, Victor Postal." Yo, crazy, man, crazy. Bud ain't faced no puncher like Keith Thurman, man, and stop giving that motherfucker a break, dog. Y'all gotta stop that shit. I keep telling y'all, it's gonna take a motherfucker like Keith with the athleticism and the ability to move on his feet the way he does in order to beat a Bud Crawford. I told y'all, we not doing this Mayweather era shit no more, bro. We know Bud got the fundamentals to beat Canelo, bro. It takes, like I said, Canelo's a simple, basic boxer. All you gotta do is jab and keep at your fucking range, bro. Not fight on the inside against that motherfucker. It's simple on how to beat him, bro. I'm not doing this route again. Y'all want that shit? I'm not gonna tolerate it. Like I said, we're gonna change the narrative March 30th when we beat Tenzu the same way we beat Jose Jesus Soto Carras. Watch that fight and tell me Tenzu is no different from Soto Carras. Tell y'all, bro. Y'all better be in for it. All that talk about, you know what I'm saying, moving up in weight, how y'all wanna favor Bud and all this bullshit, but y'all wanna downplay other fighters, is out the window come March 30th, bro. We're gonna change the narrative. I'm telling you, we're gonna change the narrative. But shout out to Turkey Al Sheik, man. I hope you get a podium in the later weeks, man. I hope you do, man.
Yeah, you just ain't following the news, but that's good because there's a lot of people like you, and that's kind of my motto, right? You know, I scour the internet. I read everything, follow everybody. So you ain't got to follow a million accounts, and you ain't got to be, you know, following and putting a notification on all these fighters. I do it. So Tip is giving you the news half-ass. I'll be back 7 o'clock to give you the Fury news properly with all the details because there are some interesting details. Once again, thank you, Turkey Atlas Sheik. You see, this is what happens when you're dealing with His Excellency. You know, hiccups like this, you don't even feel them. Wait till the news is announced. I'll just go ahead and drop the little tidbit. The news of the replacement. Tell the truth. The replacement opponent. Wow. I mean, thank you, His Excellency. You know, this is no Keith Thurman versus Tim Zoo. I tell you that. Wait a minute. We got counters, right? We got 2 counters. So they didn't take it. Neither of those guys took it. Treese did. What up, Treese?
Yo,
We good.
what up, though? What up, though? Appreciate the counters too, man. Appreciate the counter. Appreciate the community. It's all love. But man, with this, I get it. I get enough of this shit in the back hall with this Canelo and Crawford shit. So, hey, I don't know. I was to the at first I didn't really want it, but like I say, I get it because, like you said, they was gonna give it to Earl because I could already know if Earl had a won that fucking fight, I could see it now. Canelo versus Earl at AT&T Stadium in Dallas type shit. I can see it now. So fuck it. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Bud earned. He beat Earl, so fuck it. He still the fight. I'm with it. It's basically what AJ did. You feel me with the Ngannou fight, and like what Fury did with the Ngannou fight, shit like that. Wilder lose, fuck it, the next man up, and they get the money fight. That's how I go. I ain't tripping, but with the knockdown shit, I don't know. I don't really see no knockdowns in the fight, and I'm gonna just leave it at that. But with this heavyweight shit though, we not getting undisputed heavyweight. God damn. I see that like you say, you got your second soul. I seen that they got a replacement though. But I wonder, hey Ness, quick question. Was Jerry supposed to be on this card or he's supposed to be on that AJ and Ngannou card?
There's been multiple rumors. It was supposed to be this, and it didn't happen. So now it's looking like it might be the AJ fight, but they still ain't announced that. That's next month. So I don't
Yeah,
know
that's
what's
what
up.
I'm.
I
Yeah,
know
I'm.
he's
I'm,
in
I'm trying to see
training
what the
though.
fuck going on with my guy, man.
I know
I'm
he's in
trying to.
training. I don't know what's going on though.
Yeah, I seen him working and whatnot. I'm trying to get to the bottom of that shit. But speaking of getting to the bottom of some shit, but hey Ness, I know you say you've been working hard at work with these interviews. You don't work something out with that OTX shit. We thirsty to get, like I say, O'Shea Jones, man. We gotta get the inside scoop with what they got going on over there. I'm like way excited. I seen that they I guess they linked up with Red Owl and they gonna be using their facilities in Houston too. So yeah, I'm like way excited for that. That's some shit going on. O'Shea Jones and hopefully Albert Bell get to display his talents. And if they got a tournament going on for that, what is super welterweight, hopefully Charles Conwell he can creep his way out of get him some burn too. Fuck it. Seem like they're recruiting over here in my region. You understand? So maybe we can see an appearance from him too. But yeah, man. I like I said, we get enough of this Crawford and Canelo shit in the back call, man. I'm gonna I'm gonna let y'all have this one, man. Shout out TBV, shout out Toledo, Ohio, man. I know what the fuck going on. Y'all be cool.
Word. I'm checking my DAZN now because they got a card today. I don't see it. Watch live at 4. That's the weigh-in. Okay, there goes the prelims for the Jake Paul is at 6 p.m. Eastern. Main card starts at 8 and Red Owl at 10. Okay, I love the programming. They didn't cross over. Perfect. So hopefully we're done with the Jake Paul card in time for the Red Owl card on DAZN. No overlapping. If you're checking us out live on youtube.com/The Boxing Voice, you can see our poll has been up now for 2 hours, over 1,000 votes. Canelo versus Crawford, can you see either man being knocked down? Canelo will score a knockdown and stop Crawford 39%, holding strong for 2 hours. Canelo will get a knockdown in the fight 10%. Crawford will get a knockdown in the fight 9%. Crawford will score a knockdown and stop Canelo 11%. No knockdowns in this fight 30%. We going out to Tyler. Mac, what up?
Woo! I didn't know it was that loud in your ear, boy. Hey, it feel like a fight for real. What's going on, nigga?
What up, what up?
Hey, man. Only reason I think this is a more close fight than people give it credit for, because you're not taking, I feel like people not factoring the fact that we seen Canelo beat. Not only we seen him beat, we seen him beat twice, and we seen him beat by Ennis Randy Laura in a technical sense where the public really felt like he lost. We never seen a fight between Terrence Crawford even be close. And I feel like this is a situation where the hunter is getting paid apart right now. Canelo, every time he would move up the weight class and challenge somebody, and everybody be like, "Oh, he should have the right because he has the accolades and wow, wow, whoop, 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 whoop." And now the shoe on the other foot, this is the hunter getting paid upon. There's a little nigga looking at him, licking his chops. And now you see Abel Sanchez come up out here saying he don't know Crawford, da. He wasn't saying that when Canelo was going up to fight Bill. He wasn't saying that when Canelo was moving up the weight classes. Da. But I'm telling you, the shoe on the foot, and these niggas giving nervous energy, in my opinion. Nervous energy. The fans, nervous energy. Canelo, nervous energy, because Crawford is looking at this man. Nobody else. It's very clear who Crawford. And there's something got to be said about that. Because we didn't see a fight come close to Crawford. I don't give a fuck. We say Eves kind of knocked him down. We saw Canelo lost. L, multiple L's, at least 3 L's. When didn't count. Like, come on, now let's be real. Crawford gonna step to that man. And what more do we want as fight fans than a nigga that's gonna step to Canelo, bro? We want Benavidez because we say Benavidez gonna step. But let's be fair, dog. Benavidez is bigger than Canelo, dog. If you want a real stepping contest, let's throw these near the same size men in there, doing greater than they should be doing at their size against each other. Let's see who the best. Let's see who can get their best Roberto Duran impression. You feel me? That's all I gotta say.
All right. Appreciate you. Tyler Mack. Oh, see the boss. What up?
Yo,
Yo.
hey, what's up? What's up, man? Hey, can you hear me?
Perfect.
Oh, okay, shit, I'm at work, man. They put me on route today, man. Hey, check this out. I'm sitting here thinking, I'm listening to the show, and I'm thinking, okay, if Bud finna fight Canelo at 68, does the gloves change? Does the gloves go up to 10 ounces now, right?
You know it.
So it might be a little. So it might be a little different. Cause listen, Bud used to fighting in them 8s. Now we fighting in them 10s. It might don't feel. Let me see. How should I put this? It might be a little bit more cushion because now they 10-ounce gloves instead of 8-ounce gloves. You feel what I'm saying? So his punch resistance might be a little bit better. I don't know.
But what about his
I want to see
power
this.
now?
I don't know. I
Bigger
don't. That's the thing, though.
gloves.
I understand all that. But we talking about if Bud can fuck with Canelo power though. We understand Bud coming from 47. But check this out. Right after the Spence fight, because y'all keep saying Bud was saying he was 190. No, right after the Spence fight, a day or two after the Spence fight or whatever, Bud was at 65. He was at 65. He had did an interview like the next day or the day after or 2 days later. He was like, yeah, I'm at 65 right now. So shit. Imagine what he walk around at. He probably walk around at like 65, 70, 75. But he stay in the gym though. So that's probably his walk around because he stay in the gym. He probably stay at 65, between 65 and fucking 75. I don't know. I want to see this shit, Ness. I want to see this shit. Hey, check this out, though, too, Ness. Listen, if this shit pop off, bro, come on, man. You got to come on out here, do the border wars out here, and you got to have a fight party out here, man. Come on, man. We know we set you up. September, nice weather. Come on, man. You know Wisconsin got some shit to play around with. You good. Come
I'm
on.
down,
Let's go,
baby.
Ness.
I'm down. Everybody just gotta get
Man, listen.
they USA boxing book. The date
Man,
is
listen,
locked in with USA boxing. We got the
listen.
venue.
Hey, I know all that already. I see it. Hey, check this out. You know, I'm in the land with the man with Adrian, so you know I get the inside all the time. But check this out. The books ain't no shit. It ain't nothing. Man, listen, come on, lock it in. Let's get this motherfucking start matchmaking, whatever the fees is. Let's get to dropping these fees. Yo, I'm trying to fuck somebody up. And my birthday Monday, so I'll be 47 by the time fucking Border Wars pop off. Come on, man. 47? Watch me beat one of you motherfuckers' asses. At 47? Next to you all screaming, you old? Nigga, I'm older than you. Let's go. That's my call. That's my call. I'm gone.
OC the boss. Who we got? Sportsbook. Sportsbook boxing. LV. Okay, sportsbook coming through.
Yo, 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 yo.
What's up, Ness?
What up?
Nothing, man. I hear a lot of different callers. Everybody had their own opinion. It's up to the individual if they respect it or not. But I think that's a really good fight. You know what I'm saying? I think Bud does have the attributes as far as educated footwork. You know what I'm saying? Good boxing IQ to withstand the size advantage of Canelo. The question is, who can take whose punch better? I think once we get to see the punching resistance of each person, based on their skills, as far as Canelo has good punch placement, you know what I'm saying, good power. They both have good defense. I don't think anybody gets knocked out. I think it goes the distance. That's just me personally. You know what I'm saying? Besides that, we got some good fights on the way, man. You know what I'm saying? Tyson Fury. I just seen that too, man. He got a cut over his eye, so they done canceled that. But y'all know Big Turk. Like I say, Big Turk gonna make something shake. Just give him a minute. Pull out that gold iPhone and he gonna make a few calls. But we got Ashton tonight. I'm ready for that. You know what I'm saying? That as he continues to move up, hopefully soon we can get him and Kid Austin going. We'll see how that goes, politics. We got Jermaine Ortiz and we got Teofimo Lopez. Who you think gonna win that one, Ness?
Ooh, I gotta see the weigh-in.
Oh, wait to the weigh-in word. I can dig it. I can dig it. I can dig it. Yeah, I think that T.O. gonna get him. I think that T.O. gonna get him. I think it'll go the distance though. But yeah, man. I seen the guy who had the excellent body work in the heavyweight bouts that they had in Turkey. He's fighting Frank Sanchez.
Well,
I
it's been
seen
ordered.
that,
It's been ordered.
and yeah, I was rocking with him. I liked this performance. I didn't really even know the guy. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's my call, man. We just gonna keep it moving. We got more boxing. Side note, I think Tim Zoo is gonna win. A lot of people think I ain't gonna say a lot, but I noticed, it's a good amount of people that think Keith Thurman to win. I personally think that Tim Zoo's a little bit more hungrier. And he's just not somebody who, people kind of make it seem like he's just this flat footed, get beat on type of guy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Defense applies the styles. He doesn't have a great defense at all or a good one, but you know what I'm saying? Y'all had to remember with his style, he doesn't have to have a shoulder roll or this or that. You know what I'm saying? He's rather, trying to put his hands on you. I think he's hungrier. I think he's fresher, and I think he'll win that.
Yo,
But
champ.
I'm ready for Crawford and
Champ,
Canelo,
champ.
man. I think that's a
Champ,
great
champ.
fight. You know what I'm
That's the
saying?
bell,
Crawford, he
champ.
taking the chance. If
Oh, see what I'm saying? I be trying to tell y'all. Y'all can't even hear me. I'm over here like, yo, that's the bell. Y'all don't even be hearing me. You know how it goes over here on Discord. We got years of lurking, $2. Ask Mel and Andre about walk around verse fight weight. Mm, mm. Word. I get what you're saying there with the Benavides, right? 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 And Canelo. Right, right. Like Canelo makes 68, but he getting into the ring way heavier than that on fight night. We got my man's in MLV trying you again, trying you again.
TBV, how it sound? TBV.
Straight.
Yeah, I hope I sound good. I couldn't really hear you then, but yeah, man, this fight right here definitely picking up steam, man. It's definitely making a lot of noise in the boxing world and the casual world, man. A lot of people is definitely talking about this fight. And if you really just sit back and think about it, man, this may be the biggest fight in the sport, man. You know what I'm saying? This may be number one as far as viewership and have people talking about it. You got the black versus the Mexican aspect. That always brings a huge crowd. You know what I'm saying? When them two demographics get in the ring. So, man, you two top 5 pound for pound fighters. Canelo being the face, doing what he's been doing over the last, 10 years plus, and Bud coming off his biggest victory and being the number one pound for pound guy, leading the charge in this undisputed era. You know what I mean? Being 2-time undisputed, the first guy to do so. And I feel like just leading the charge in this undisputed era. He was one of the first, and I feel like all these other guys started to fall in line. So really, just sit back, man. This may be the biggest sport. I mean, the biggest fight in the sport right now. So I mean, with that going on, I have no problem with it. Bud's been trying to get that big payday, and I feel like he deserves that. But as far as in that ring, I think it may be competitive early, throughout the fight, while it lasts. But it's just the three weight classes is what I'm having trouble with, man. That's just the only thing. We've never seen it. I think the biggest comparison we got is the Roy Jones jumping up to face Ruiz, but Ruiz was never, I don't think, a pound for pound guy, and definitely not on the level as Canelo. So I mean, I hear what people saying with the weight, but you got to look at the talent as well when it comes to jumping up three weight classes. So and I agree with Brandon, man. He called there earlier today. I think if PBC want to get the most bang for their buck, I feel like they probably need to go straight to the Bud fight and then David at the end of the year, because I feel like both fights will do 1 million plus. You know what I mean? So the Jamal thing, he just hasn't been as active, even though I feel like he deserved this Canelo fight before all these other names. We all know what happened at 160. It just right now, with the inactivity. So yeah, PBC want to make a big splash on Amazon. I think they probably should do Bud first, then jump into David in September. But yeah, man, I'm just looking forward to see how everything shakes. But this fight is definitely picking up steam, and I think it is the number one fight in the sport right now. So let's see how it plays out. But like I said, three weight classes is huge for me. So I just don't know. Uh, I'll be pulling for Bud for sure, though, man. And one more point. I think welterweight Bud, I don't know if he'll be able to beat Canelo just off his style. He's getting guys up out of there. He's not really moving as much. I think we had to take it back to the British Prescott, his big win before he just got the name he does now. He wasn't engaging as much. It was more moving, using his jab and just trying to get the victory. I think he'll have to go back to that. But he's been so far removed from that style of Bud, you know what I mean? So we'll just have to see how it plays out, man. But I'm looking forward to it. Number one fight in the sport right now. Bud versus Canelo. But yeah, that's all I got.
Shout out. Appreciate you calling in. We got two more counter punches coming from The Truth. He said, two random counter punches. I hope everyone is doing well. Appreciate you, champ. Shout out for the $10 counter punch. Two random people. Two random people. So I'm going to go ahead and give it to Tyron. Cutting the line.
Yo, what's good, Ness?
What up?
Shouts out TBV. Hope everyone tuned in is blessed. Yeah, I do see a knockdown in this fight. I see Canelo knocking down Bud. Um, it's going to be tough for Bud. Honestly, this is the biggest fight in boxing in the past decade, in my opinion, for this era. But when you look at it, Terrence has the skills, but jumping up three weight classes, we got to see how does his body adjust. Never fought at 168 or fought at one or past 147, and you jump that high. Yeah, you have the skills and everything, but how does your body react to that weight? React to those punches by a guy that's been at that weight 168 for a while now, that's accustomed to it, that's comfortable at that weight. And like the last caller was saying too, also that Bud is not moving that much. And I don't see Bud in there being able to move the way that he wants to move against the Canelo. You look at the fighters that Canelo had fought before and after, and they talk about the power. Look what Canelo was able to do to Bivol. He put a dent in Bivol armor. Bivol was saying, he got power. He felt the power. So when you look at that, and Bivol was a 175 pounder, and you have Crawford coming up. I do see Canelo possibly stopping Crawford. I think the accumulation of punches, the body punches, just the punches on the arms is going to wear Bud down. And I just think Canelo, is just going to wear him down. And I can see Canelo stopping Bud in the later rounds, just due to the fact that that weight that
that Crawford is packing on and jumping up that those many weight classes, you don't know how your body's going to react. We saw Charlo, how Charlo was in camp looking good, moving everything like that. But fight night, it just seemed like it wasn't there, like the energy or the power, or just like he wasn't that comfortable. So that's the only thing, I worried about, Crawford jumping up that many weight classes, unknown territory. We don't know how his body is going to react. So it's going to be a good fight. Again, the skills, it's even out, especially with Canelo in his back end of his career. I think skill wise, yeah, it's about even. But I just think the weight and the power that Canelo has and the punches, accumulation is going to get to Bud. We seen Canelo drop a male. A male came for 154, so Crawford coming up for 147. The odds is in Canelo's favor of dropping Crawford in that fight. But I think, like the last caller said, it'll be a good fight while it lasts, entertaining fight. But I do see Canelo dropping them and possibly stopping them in the late rounds. But that's my call, champ. I appreciate you, man. Shouts out TBV. To it, man.
Counter tip.
Hey, Ness, let the other counterpunch go first.
All right. All right. All right. We gonna go to Jay Billy counterpunch courtesy of the truth. In the meantime, you there?
Hold up, fam.
While we waiting for him to get ready.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Hold on. You got me?
Yup.
Damn, I ain't even know I requested, but
Nah, I gave
yeah.
you a counterpunch courtesy of the community.
Oh yeah, shout out Truth then. Shout out Truth. But I don't know. I don't see a knockout in this fight, but or a knockdown. But like people been saying, we got to see the fight happen. Like I'm not mad at the fight. I do think the weight is gonna be a lot, 21 pounds. That's why I want to see him go up to 60 and fight Adames. Let's see him, at a new weight first. And like one of the callers said, it's after 47 when it's the bigger gloves, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if he goes to 60, he's gonna be fighting in the same gloves. You
Yep.
said right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, dog. So yeah, so I just rather see him, at a comparable weight before we just see him jump up 21 pounds. Can he do it? If anybody can do it, yeah, Bud can. But I think it's too many disadvantages. The 21-pound weight jump plus the bigger gloves. He might look a little awkward in there. Feel me? But he does have great footwork. You feel me? Like he's a great inside fighter, but with that, he does leave himself open at times. So we've seen them at vulnerable points against Gamboa and Kavalaskas, but we've seen them overcome. We've seen Canelo at vulnerable points too against Cotto's brother. I know people don't like to talk about that, but he was falling against the ropes. The ropes saved him. So you feel me? It's gonna be a great matchup to see. Hopefully, we get to see Bud at a higher weight, around 60 or even 68 before the fight. But yeah, man, we can't complain about it. People just want to be great. This is the classic David and Goliath matchup. So, if it happens, it's gonna be good to see. So, yeah, let's keep on putting in that work, man.
All right, all right. Looks like Tip, you ready? If not, I got
Yeah,
callers.
yeah, yeah,
Oh, all
yeah,
right,
yeah.
all right.
Nah, what I was gonna say is, man, the more I was just like I watch film, man, like this fight is gonna be similar. Let's say if this fight does happen, right? This fight is gonna be Amir Khan versus Canelo. And if you really focus on watching the Amir Khan versus Canelo fight, Amir Khan was able to just circle Canelo the entire time and just land his jab. That's all Terence Crawford has to do. This fight does not make for an exciting fight or a big fight. I'm sorry I gotta be the party pooper here. I just like to see fighters challenge themselves and put themselves in that real danger. It's like I say, the real challenge for Canelo is going to be the fighter who's going to be able to back Canelo up, and that's David Benavidez. I like, I don't like to recreate eras, Ness. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to see these people say they want to see the best fight the best, but the truth is these two dudes ain't fighting the best in their division. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to leave a sour taste in fans' mouth when they don't get to see Benavidez versus Canelo. It's going to leave a sour taste in their mouth when they see Terrence Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez. I'm telling you, like they haven't seen Terrence Crawford face an athletic puncher yet, Ness. Can you tell me the last time Terrence Crawford has faced an athletic puncher? Like a truly athletic puncher, Ness. Can you tell me? A
Um,
puncher.
Athletic punch. I don't even know what that means.
Like I'm talking about somebody, some like say somebody who could punch like Cav Velasquez, but they're able to move on their feet,
Mm.
like that. You haven't. You haven't. And this is why I'm throwing this name out there so they realize this. This is what Terrence Crawford is avoiding. It's easy for Terrence Crawford to go fight a Canelo. I keep telling y'all this. There's just certain things Canelo does that's so simple that somebody like with the brain of a Crawford knows he can work off of. Like yeah, you gotta have a great boxing mind to see these type of things, bro. You gotta make these guys challenge themselves. Like Tim Tszyu is about to be a challenge on March 30th. Keeps gonna have a problem with that overhand right. Like I know my fighter. I've seen my fighter get clipped with that right hand plenty of times. They think it's a body shot. It's not a body shot that really affects Thurman. It's not. They don't really watch and break down their favorite fighters, Ness. They don't. This is an easy fight for Crawford. I'm telling you, just move, jab, circle, Canelo. You know what I'm saying? Make him work. He's gonna get frustrated when he can't close the distance. It's gonna come down to the ring size. Canelo's gonna have a smaller ring in order to really work Crawford. I'm just pointing. I'm just pointing out these things, man. I'm just pointing out these things. Just think about it. We've been talking about how Canelo's had a bad leg for so long, right? Like this has been something Canelo's dealt with. A bad leg. He can't move. He's not mobile. What do you think Crawford's gonna do if he's still good on his feet and he hasn't taken as much damage? Like I'm just saying, he ain't got no wear and tear. It's gonna be an easy fight.
All right, brother. Great call. We got Chopper.
What's going on, this?
What up?
Not much, man. Yeah, man. I'm gonna say this first, man. I'm a boxing fan, bro. I don't really agree with the whole skipping mandatories and all that. So I believe if Canelo should fight anybody next, it should be David Benavidez. But I mean, Canelo, he done put in his work. He done fought a lot of great fighters that the fans wanted to see. But I don't know, man. And if they were to fight, I believe Canelo will win. But I'm not gonna, count out Crawford at all because I feel like he has the mental toughness and the skills to make the necessary adjustments, even with the size difference, even with the power, and as well as Canelo. Canelo know how to make adjustments to you, or he'll catch up to you eventually, and land that big shot off the counter. And that was a great interview with Abel Sanchez that you had today, man. I think the question was who is the who is the better counterpuncher. I think it should have been who is the more effective counterpuncher. I think, you know, they both have different styles, man, but I feel like Canelo is the more effective counterpuncher. And the Billy Joe Saunders fight, that's testament to that. Because once he counters you, bro, he gonna crack you, and when he crack you, it's gonna be some damage done for sure. I just feel like Crawford, man, he's a dog, and he got that shit that Teddy Ellis always give him praise about, man. He's a dog. I feel like with the mental toughness that he has, even if Canelo's landing those big shots and clip him or drop him a couple of times, he gonna still try to win that fight. But moving up to 168 from 135, bro, that's a tall task. I don't really have a winner, But if I was to pick somebody to win that fight, I'd just get an edge to Canelo, just by the slightest of margins, man. But great calls all day, and shout out to TBV, shout out to you, Ness. That's my call.
Appreciate you, champ. Great call. We got my on me mic, on me mic.
Hey, what's up, Ness? How you doing this morning, my man?
Can't complain.
Yeah, so I really want to touch base on the topic first. I think if any man goes down, it's definitely going to be Crawford, because you just have to be. People need to just be realistic, and we have never seen Canelo hurt like that, or even remotely close to going down from some of the biggest punchers in boxing. So I don't think that's going to happen. Um, But I do think it's a good fight, though. I am excited to see the fight. I think the best thing Crawford's got going for him, in a sense, that makes me want to see it, is because he missed out on a lot of big names when he was fighting until Errol Spence. That he has kind of like that mystery factor, in the sense that right now we don't know really what he can do, because we kind of feel like, for myself, I feel like I've missed some of the better fights that he could have had, like Thurman, or Danny Garcia, some of the other guys too. But I think he's got that little mystery factor kind of going on, and so that's cool. But I also wanted to kind of touch on is that is Canelo and Benavidez. It's like, Benavidez is in line. He's the mandatory. Canelo's got his time frame to when he's got to fight him. But I don't see why even you hear some of the bigger news outlets, they say because he beat Plant and then he whooped Andre, that he just deserves this shot immediately now. Canelo beat Plant way better than the monster did, didn't he?
I mean, Canelo stopped him, and David did not. But I can't say he beat him better, because some would say that he was losing until he got the stoppage, and some would say that David just beat Plant for all the rounds.
I think Benavidez works people. Oh, he's more of a volume puncher. He doesn't have the power that Canelo has, I don't think. I don't. So I'm not all cool with the monster name that he was given or whatnot, because I feel like there's just too much stock behind the Plant win, because I feel like, well, at least if I'm going to compare him, I feel like Canelo beat him better. He stopped him, regardless of who was winning any rounds. The man stopped him, though, for sure. Canelo left Kovalev slumped on the ropes. I haven't seen who did David do that to recently. I mean, Andre has said his own self that 168 was too much. That, to me, Benavidez beating Andre was no different than Canelo fighting, say, Charlo. It's like, come on, because he beat those two guys, he just immediately deserves his shot. That's ridiculous. That's what I think about it, because I don't feel like just because you beat Plant, who Canelo already beat and stopped, and then you beat a smaller fighter, it's like, I think you should just keep chasing them at their top contenders and make people keep wanting to fight, because I do want to see it. But, I mean, I think it'll happen in time, but I don't feel like he just, right now, the world should stop and he should just get this shot immediately. I just don't see it that way. But I do like him. I do like Crawford. I like all these guys, but I just like kind of looking at it real. I feel like those are realistic, factual little things that I'm looking at when I'm trying to weigh this out. Shout out to you, Ness. I appreciate you doing the show and giving me the time. Have a good one, my man.
All right. Appreciate you. Damn. Pulev getting a shot at Char. Or Char's getting a shot at. Yeah, yeah. Pulev getting a shot at Char because Char got the belt. That's loco for dope, Pabo. Okay. Lake County, $2 tip. Why Thurman lose to Pacquiao and Pac duck Bud? That looks like we got the air body. Salute to everybody. I'm right back at it at 7 o'clock, 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. I'm not sure because, damn, there's going to be fights. So, um, obviously, I want to do that Fury show. So I might come back a little bit sooner just to do like a report on the Fury show because I'd rather watch the fights later. You know how that goes. Make sure you tuned in. We got the betting show. I'm gonna have to push the betting show 1 hour. I'm gonna literally push it right now, 1 hour, because we were supposed to do that in 5 minutes, which that ain't gonna happen. So we're gonna push that 1 hour to 2:45 Eastern, which is whatever it is over there, and that would make it 11:45 for the West Coast. 1 hour. We pushing it 1 hour here on the East. And yeah, you want to tune in. I think I have it pretty live underdog. I mean, obviously, anyway, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. 1 hour, 2:45 Eastern. Next GTO, Instagram and Twitter. Till the next one. Peace.